measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If Earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat Earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P., Curved Fart, Pablo de la Cruz, Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, J Mel's 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video. But with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
I got a big 50th surprise at 50 when I turned 50, so I'm on a different path for a while until I figure that out. But that's just the way God lays out the river flows, in one direction, But
50.
yeah,
Lucky you. I turned 61 on Saturday, and I say, why am I
nice.
celebrating a countdown?
Yeah, well, it's just a number, Neil. It's if you feel good and you feel all right, it's just the age is just a number. You can make it that. That's why we gotta.
Yeah,
move,
but every time you sing happy birthday, you're singing happy birthday, and you're celebrating the next year to your demise.
That's why I don't like birthdays anymore. It's not how old I am; it's how young I am yet. I don't. I try to. I don't have another birthday for a year.
Every day should be a celebration that you're not demised.
And you should be happy that you're healthy and if you are physically in good shape and you don't have any glaring problems, that should also be a blessing too. It's not everybody's in situations like that either.
My grandson, when he was 3, 4, 5, he never liked when we sang him happy birthday. I said, the kid's onto something. He knows that we're celebrating another year gone. My wife's birthday is today. So she's a youngster like you, 46.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my lady, she's in her early 40s, 42 now. You guys got any plans? You going out? Anything special she likes to do?
She wanted to go to Georgia. Unfortunately, it ain't happening. I don't trust the vehicle I'm driving. To make a 2-hour drive to go to Georgia and do anything. Plus, the AC is not working. It is freaking hot in Alabama.
Oh, I bet it would feel good. It's been a cold winter in Minnesota. So I'd welcome that heat. The girlfriend was just in New Orleans, and she was saying how warm it was about a month or so ago with her mother. They went on vacation at the French market. They haven't gone in a while, so they said it was very hot. It's like, I bet that felt awesome.
I preached on the French Quarter. Or in Mardi Gras 2000.
That's got to be an older area of the city there and pretty decent size. I didn't get to go, unfortunately. I was supposed to go, but it didn't play out that way. I was bothering Surf Daddy about what his thoughts were eating pork, and sounds like he's tending to sheep this morning.
What about eating pork?
Oh, I've been over the years on top of getting involved with flat Earth, and over the last 4 years and learning about that, I've been going. Prior to that, I was an atheist, so I, discovered the Bible because I never grew up with any of that stuff. So, just a quick question: I'm into health and fitness and eating, and sometimes I wonder what people that are on that side think about that, and what like the King James says in Leviticus as far as the chud, or if I'm remembering it correctly, just that you shouldn't eat pork because it's an unclean animal, basically, kind of thing, and just an opinion on that.
Yeah, that was for the Jewish people, the Hebrews. That didn't apply to us. Now, to me, Jesus declared all food clean. It's not what goes in, but what comes out.
Yeah,
because what comes out of the heart.
Yeah, we all have to be connected with the heart and the mind, I believe.
I'll tell you why I wouldn't get into all of that, because I'm watching my brother go downhill from being saved by the grace of Jesus Christ and what you read in the New Testament to turning back to the law. And he's on all of this, don't eat this, don't eat that, you can't do this, and you just can't even have a conversation with him anymore. It's like at the point where he's trying to condemn me for not keeping the Sabbath. And I'm trying to explain to him, you're missing the gospel. Jesus is everything.
Yeah, you can't
he is the Sabbath.
Force people like that. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, so I would just listen, you can find out, anything in excess is no good, right? I don't eat pork every day, but I'm not going to say if, I'm eating a freaking sausage and peppers here, I'm eating it. I'm looking back at some law that he gave to the Hebrews.
I guess I bring it up. I brought another reason why, as far as, I don't know if you're right, I told that to Surf Daddy to let thy medicine be thy food and thy food be thy medicine. Have you ever heard that before, that reference? As far as like natural kind of eating from God, that kind of thing, food from God, where we see a lot of process preservative kind of stuff now, kind of, more as a bulk as far as ease and access because of,
That came with the Industrial Revolution. That's all that is. I would love to be able to homestead.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Convenience for sure. And speed and growth as far as population and feeding workers and stuff like that, yeah.
What's up, Len?
Just having a day off. Still feeling a bit ill. Got a cold or something. But yeah, the weather's been too crap today, so I'm having an easy one. You good?
Yeah, wifey's birthday today, so I'm sure we're going to be doing something. She's off, so. Last night there was an attack. There was these freaking little, I don't know if they were gnats. I don't know what the hell they were, but they were all over my windows outside, and they were managing to get in my house. So I was in like a freaking war with gnats.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, real fun. Then my wife's looking them up. She's like, these are termites. I'm saying, I don't think termites operate like this. You know, I don't think they come out at night in a very hot, humid night and just being attracted to the light. I understand that. But because I remember living in Brooklyn in the middle of the summer, we'd get like waves of these green little gnats that would come through the neighborhood. And I can remember I was watching people like stick their head under the fire hydrant because they were all in their hair trying to get them off.
Sounds like a mayfly hatch. You ever see one of those?
What are mayfly? What do they look like? Are they like got them big wings with little bodies?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look like a bigger, weirder looking fly, I guess. But yeah, they're in thousands. I mean, it's like there's so many on a road. If you were on a motorcycle, I mean, they'd grease the road up enough where you could wipe that bike out. That's how many
Really?
I drove through one once on the way back from a vacation. Yeah, it was nasty. You couldn't see out the windshield. There were so many of them.
Yes, I can't handle insects. I just don't like them. I don't think they were around until Adam sinned. Because after he sinned, he said, now by the sweat of your brow, you will till the land. So that means dealing with freaking insects.
Yeah, I think in some way everything has some sort of a purpose as far as God's creation. I mean, even a fly, like I'm grossed out by flies, but I have a remedy for when they get into the house. Um,
I hunt
but
them.
yeah, I think even they have a purpose to some degree, even though they're really gross, you know.
Well, they have a purpose in the fall. Don't forget, we live in a fallen creation. So now all of these insects have their purposes. I do not think that they were here. If they were, they didn't bother men. I don't know. That's a whole, like, what is it? What actually happened? Death fell over the whole world after they sinned. So before that, had to be different.
I hate bugs also, Neil. And can anybody out there tell me the purpose of a slug? I mean, I can probably come up with a purpose for all the other insects. I still haven't found one for slugs.
Slugs that, well, as a kid, you could pour salt on them and watch them freaking die. Or beer, right? They say you pour beer on them.
There's something with it being, well, any kind of acidic kind of stuff would irritate their outside of their skin.
What are we doing on Flat Earth Debate today, Nathan?
I don't know. I'm just editing a short. I've got one more to do, and then I'm finished. I've done about half a dozen so far.
Oh, good morning, Nathan. I didn't realize, saw your name up, but I heard Neil's voice in the background. I wasn't sure you were there.
Hello.
So, Michael,
Yeah,
how did you
could
find
be.
out about Flat Earth? What was the how long ago did you come across it?
Oh, well, it's probably 2019. So I'm a late bloomer. I'm late on the train as far as that goes. A friend of mine brought up, typical moon landing stuff that he was, screaming about, and I was completely oblivious to a lot of that stuff, walking around blind, concerned with other things, women, and working all the time, and yeah, that's how I first heard about it. That was my beginning. It's just a friend of mine.
How'd you get to this channel?
Well, I started with your other kind of less informative, I guess you'd say, or as how you guys like to put it, feast of nonsense conversations some of the other guys would have. And I can't remember when I saw a clip of Nathan. It probably was a couple years now when I finally just started watching from the YouTube end before I actually got account in Discord and kind of came in this way. But yeah, once I found Nathan's information and everything that you guys have been talking about, I kind of abandoned some of these other people. There's a few of them I listen to once in a while. Some of their stuff can be interesting, but there's a lot of this inviting this argument and continuing this continual argument of where you're at in this debate, which I have zero interest in that at this point. I know in my bones what this place is as far as a topographical plane, and I don't need to describe it or debate with anyone about what actually we do and how Earth functions when we navigate. So, but that's as far as the continual learning. Yeah, it's been wonderful with the elevation, angle measurements, topographical plane, everything that you guys usually discuss. So that was like a light bulb turning on as far as like learning about flat Earth and leaving all the bullshit out that kind of drags it in different directions, and you just continue this, I'm assuming for views or certain people like on TikTok and stuff like that, and just keep action and the argument going kind of stuff. But yeah, it started with the moon landing and going over with that, and then dealing with my crazy buddy at the time that was bringing up a whole bunch of other stuff, that you can't prove, and you can, just go back and forth on with some of that stuff. You go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, that seems to be the natural course, right?
It is. It really is, People get emotional about that stuff too, and they want to get angry. That's what's really confusing, is there are people that probably just lose sleep over some of the stuff that Nathan talks about, and which, is right there as in being empirical as far as how we deal with things on Earth. It's right there in front of everybody, like you guys say. That's one thing I did miss. I think a lot of people do. Well, everybody freaking does that.
Well, you can understand the ballers getting angry, right? You can understand that, but it's the flat earthers, supposed flat earthers, that have a problem with what's being discussed here daily. They'll turn around and tell you the elevation angle won't prove the Earth is flat. They're not talking about the ground. It's like, are you joking me?
That doesn't make any sense, because you should naturally know, well, what are you doing? Are you navigating? Do you need the ground to navigate? So why wouldn't you be using the ground position? Are you in the sky? Are you flying in the sky? So why wouldn't that? How do you even have that? Just doesn't make any sense. But it's.
I think it goes back to what you said earlier. People like to be in the argument, and they know that this ends the argument. It ends it. There's nothing to argue about. You come to a measurement, you know it, right? So it's obvious. And they still want to be in the debate. They still want to be the ones that are the superior, flat earthers that disseminate the information. So to brace against this gives them their, that they could still be the teachers and show ballers how much more they know. Go ahead.
I think Nathan may have said that they want to be aggrandized or something like that.
Yeah.
See, my same buddy was saying just not too recently too, where he gets caught up in a lot of these other things that we like to talk about that you can't substantiate. Like he sent me something on the moon map, and I was like, well, I don't really have an opinion on that. I can't apply that to anything in my daily life. It's just kind of a cool thought, whether how much reality is involved in that. I can't.
Hold
I'm
on
not
a
gonna
second. Moon map? So they're
have you heard of
mapping the
that?
moon?
Yeah, have you ever is that the first time you heard of that?
I'm hearing stuff in the background. What is it supposed to be? Earth or something?
Yeah, it's that's what I guess. And there's a lot of people out there that they got some videos on that and they're trying to map
So Earth
it.
is a ball again.
Well, I'm not sure what they're trying to say. It's just like a reflection or something they try to say. It's like I don't know. He told me I was arrogant for not looking into it, and I was like, well, I don't really care. It's it's like it doesn't do anything in my daily life practically that would help me no way to, like I said, substantiate that. What are you using it for?
How could it be a reflection if we're measuring Earth flat in all circumstances?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that goes out the
I agree.
window.
Yeah, maybe they don't think things all the way through clearly or something. He didn't. I don't know. It didn't go very far because I kind of shut it down. But you see, I left all that, and now you stick with how it functions in the measurements. And what you're actually doing as far as how we sail, fly, navigate, map, everything. It's like it's right there in front of everybody. That's why now it's comical. You listen to some of the arguments, and then they want to continue. It's
Yeah, I got a guy sending me messages daily. You guys have no arguments. I have a lot of arguments. I'm like, yeah, that's the whole point. We don't argue it no more because what's to argue about a measurement? They'll tell you that horizontal distances prove a globe. Now go figure that one out.
Yeah, they get pretty worked up, and it's amazing some of the the hate that you see come in when you read some of the comments and you hear some of the things over the years that Nathan's mentioned. And wow, people are pretty crazy with some of that. Especially when you look at it from it's the only reason you stick to that for so many years. It's just kind of the level of programming and learning, like the religious view, in a way, if you just want to use that word, is that that's what you're taught is from when you're little, and as soon as you're absorbing everything and your mind is like a sponge, or you're living on a ball. I wish I would have caught on to it earlier, because I just find it's been just fascinating and incredible, an incredible amount of learning, whether it was the religious side that took me out of being an atheist. And then just, I've kind of always been interested in traveling and navigation, and just all kind of ties together, as far as like what you're doing, what you should be doing.
Right, it's exporting. Just got to upload it to 3 different websites, and then I'm finished. I really like Surf Daddy's Feast of Nonsense, because in responding to each of it, they turn into 1 minute, 1 minute and a half, 2 minute long shorts videos. Perfect.
Right up your alley.
It's just good little nuggets. I remember back in the day, Dave Weiss suggesting that we could get videos under a minute with a flat earth proof in them. I mean, very rarely did they actually contain that, but, they were getting down to like 20 seconds with people just showing a sunrise or something gay.
I'm happy I was able to supply you with 60 feasts of nonsense.
Yeah, we did 11 yesterday, and I've got 6 videos out of it, I think, so far.
There you go. After I posted that stuff and I reread the list, and I had said that very few of them or that most of them would have a flat Earth measurement attached to them. And then I realized that most of them were NASA lies, Illuminati, stuff totally unrelated to actually measuring the Earth or the flat Earth at all. So, yeah, Earth's flat because the Illuminati. Great.
Yeah, the Masons. They got that compass thing, right? There you go. They measure Earth flat.
That's the truth in plain sight evidence argument. Actually, I'll go ahead and send it to Master B, in spite of my regrets to doing so. But it's a good example that Weiss actually just put out of about 16 minutes of the Feast of Nonsense stuff and the intensity that the person he actually strung together a bunch of TikToks and other interviews and some of Dave's stuff. It's not actually Dave's work, as usual. But they're all NASA lies, 3-body problem. What about, all of Dave's globe proofs? Well, the globe says this, all that. To me, it's just another example of how I think the FE anti-glober sniffer community, such that it is going to end up doubling down on all of this other stuff to counteract the simplicity of how we measure stuff. Anyhow, it's only 16 minutes, but any of you guys can watch it if you want, just to kind of see where I'm coming from. I think I think someone just mentioned about the practicality of things. How does that practically affect my life? I don't think that can be stressed enough going forward. Because whenever you hear an argument, well, NASA lied about the moon. How does that information affect me? Knowing that information, you're teaching me about the flat Earth, smart sniffer, and you're teaching me about how shadows on the moon aren't right, or Solononian, or the analemma, stuff like that. How does knowing that information apply to the truth of how I go about everyday life? And I think the sniffer community is going to just keep hammering on that stuff. And until people just ask them the question, how does that apply to everyday life? How does knowing the radius of the Earth, how does knowing the distance to the sun, how does knowing this or that bit of information, stars are billions of light years away, how does that apply to reality and how we practically go about our day? And is it true Is it true that stars are millions of light years away? How do you know?
What's a light year?
Yeah, I know. How do we make? Okay, so how many light years is it to Chicago from here? You know, how many? Oh man, I'm getting tons of pushback on miles. Miles are linear. Yeah, no, no. Yeah, no, that's straight. Look. Do you know how to use a map, right? And I'm almost treating them like children. It's like I draw a straight line on a map and use the map scale. And if 1 inch equals 100 miles, then I draw a 5-inch line from here to Chicago. Then it's 500 miles from here to Chicago. Straight. No, Earth's too big, or it's not straight.
You're stuttering over the non-rebuttal. There is no rebuttal to this. It's a fact. It's an axiom. It's a tool used for measuring. It's a convention. And that convention is straight, horizontal, and linear when ascribed to Earth surface measurements. If you're going to describe deviation in the in the vertical from the horizontal, you need the horizontal to be horizontal. If you're going to describe how much the topology of the land goes up or down, then you need a horizontal distance to compare it to. If you're going to describe an alleged curve of the Earth's surface, then you need a horizontal linear mile to derive it from at 8 inches per the mile squared. Miles are flat. Measurements of Earth's surface are made in miles. Earth is measured flat in miles. Now, that's not some debate point. That's not some contentious, outlandish suggestion. That's a statement of absolute fact.
That's absolutely correct. Well said. Does it make the book like that?
Yeah.
Excellent.
And this is where I have to confess that I still do the ninja stuff when I'm arguing with someone like that. And I basically tell them, well, if you're going to suggest that the surface is curving, you cannot use miles. Now, you can use arc minutes. So how many arc minutes is it from here to Chicago? Someone actually sent back, based on the curve calculator, how curved the Earth is in 500 miles. Like, good grief.
Yeah, but you get caught. I got caught up in it with that guy Berserker too. Maybe not on that level with the miles, but I got caught up with just trying to demonstrate what an elevation angle is. Tell me it's not the ground, it's line of sight, and he gives me a whole bunch of freaking, basically, responses to an elevation angle, and that it's not the ground, but you're navigating the ground. What are you talking about? So I understand how you can get caught up in it.
Thankfully, I've taken the tack when someone says that. I said, oh, so we're not navigating the ground anymore then.
It's weird because
Hold on, sorry, Neil. We aren't doing a damn thing, right? There's a very few small handful of people who are actually out on a boat or flying a plane or building a building. But 99.9% of the time, the people who are having this discussion aren't doing a damn thing. So what, you're giving a distance in arc minutes? Good job you're not at the front of the boat, you stupid twat. Ah, Captain, can I give it you in arc minutes? No, but I can throw you over the fucking side.
yeah, let's bring it back to reality. Correct.
Yeah,
we
but
ain't doing anything.
They'll just think I'm parroting you, so I try to do it a little differently. Yeah, that's where we're at now. And yes, that when you point out, and it still hits me, and I'm glad you keep pointing it out. We didn't measure this stuff. The Ordnance Survey told you that it's 500 miles from here to Chicago, 500 flat miles. You can look it on the map. They did all the measurements for you. They figured it out, like the Greeks, right? So yeah, we're not measuring it. We're just benefiting from their measurements. And you're believing, you, baller, are believing that that mile is curved because you have a belief. So, yeah. No, they already figured out. Map says right there, 500 miles. So, we're done.
When you're working in these extreme metaphors, take them to an extreme place. If these people are inconsequential to the metaphor, like I just did, can I give it you in arc? No, but I can lash you to this lifeboat, to the bottom of it, and then dump it in the ocean. So in this metaphor, you're dead. You don't live to see the rest of this discussion, because in the metaphor, we're going to throw you over the side of the boat. Yeah, just take it to a place that they don't like. Oh, sorry, were you on a boat? Oh, it was just a metaphor in which you decide to violate the base principles of axiomatic mile measurements because you don't like it because you're on a ball. Right, well, in this metaphor, I can also strangle you and throw you over the side of the boat. It's just as much fun. Yeah, well, it's not real. No, it's not, is it? Yeah, that's right. Neither of us are doing anything on boats, are we? Miles are still linear and horizontal, though. Yeah? But in a metaphor where you, a ball believer, decides to violate these axioms, you get strangled and killed. It's amazing how these metaphors can get really violent really quickly.
It's how the Bible says how you're supposed to answer the fool. Answer a fool according to his folly. So you use their metaphors and you extend them. And little hyperbole goes a long way. You don't allow them to be a part of thinking that they're part of a serious intellectual conversation. They're being foolish. Only answer them according to their foolishness.
They'll turn around and tell you since when are axioms validation of anything?
Well, some axioms aren't actual axioms. Wasn't that somebody in one of the Discord the other day was something like that? And it's a good grief. I think it's one of the comment sections of one of the videos. This axiomatic stuff is relative. I tell you, it's like arguing with an atheist.
You know who, yeah, I don't want to mention their names, but the certain crew that talk about the axioms. So those are the ones that are saying that nonsense. Like, you have no arguments. I have lots of arguments. Nathan's going to be in shock when he realizes that horizontal distances prove a globe.
Yeah, I asked somebody how and haven't gotten a reply yet.
Listen to the words I'm saying. Horizontal distances prove the globe. Is there like a contradiction somewhere there?
It's just a contradiction. Like saying cubes.
Exactly.
Keep going to say pubes. Cubes prove sphericity. No, they don't. No.
That's a good one. You're right. We need to take people to the freaking stupidity that they throw at us. Throw it right back at them.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good day.
Hey, mate. How's it going? Top of the morning to you. Been covering Surf Daddy's list of 60, I kid you not, Feast of Nonsense former flat earth proofs. And when I say former flat earth proofs, I mean not proving anything to do with Earth's flat measurements and everything to do with either sphericity or the suggestion that there's some conspiracy hiding God or some other crap. So we've been going through those. We got through about 11 of them yesterday, and we will continue to do exactly that through today after we've got through any, I was going to say housekeeping, but that isn't necessarily our thing. Housekeeping in terms of things that might need to be addressed. Anything new? Anything on the docket that we should be looking at before we get into these housekeeping questions? Not housekeeping questions. Second time I've made that mistake. These, what we call them? Feast of Nonsense questions. I've not got queued up, so I'm hoping someone will respond to me because I'm struggling to do two things at once.
Yeah, horizontal distances prove a globe, silly.
I think that what these questions are doing is showing, because I'm seeing them. There's an uptick, I think, in social media presence of these kind of questions becoming mainline proofs that everyone is looking at, and everyone's getting either convinced or ticked off about or whatever, or arguing about. And the pending release of the book, excuse me, will literally erase everybody's arguments, period. And there's going to be a lot of pushback. And so
Because people don't like change. So I think these questions, or these so-called proofsies, have been injected into a community that is definitely not organic. It's come from conspiratardia. And when you say people don't like us pointing out how their preordained, suggested to be good arguments are actually not very good because they don't prove Earth is measured flat, they'll be annoyed because people don't like to alter their already in existence rhetoric. That is to say, people like to continue on a script. I'm not suggesting that people have got a physical piece of paper in front of them and are reading off a script like I'm about to read off this list, but it's rhetoric, a script, your way of convincing next man that your point is valid. And if you've had, in some people's minds, success with a certain piece of rhetoric, then you're going to do as the beast does and repeat that process, hoping that you'll get the same result next time if somebody's responded politely to you. That is to say, they've nodded along while you've told them about how, let's go to the next number, 12, all space agencies across the land share the same vector logo. Now, I'll just start by saying this has absolutely nothing to do with the subject of Earth's flat measurements. Like zero. The logo on a, admittedly connected to the globe Earth rhetoric entity, having a similarity. So there's a vector on space agencies. What say you on the panel? I mean, I'm just at a loss. This kind of crap is what we used to deal with 10 years ago. It is crap, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yep, and used to use it, used to point it out. I didn't go down the full route, but I would always point that out. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that a coincidence? Same thing with the 666 math about all of heliocentric measurement, or not measurements, of their measurements, I guess. Their claims. You just get caught up in that. You learn about the subject, you delve into it, and you just you feel like you need to now be a teacher of it. And all these people who are new into it and making videos about it, they are the self-appointed teachers of the curricula. And what your book's going to do is basically say, all of you teachers have been teaching crap and lying to your students, and you're going to become irrelevant. You always have been irrelevant because we've always measured the Earth like this. So it's a paradigm shift. It's a lateral, horizontal level paradigm shift, I think.
Back to the specific question, though. I agree with everything you say. However, in terms of the space agencies sharing the same logo, and if you don't know what a vector is, people have suggested that this symbol is akin to the serpent's tongue. That NASA is some satanic way of saying the snake serpent, and this is his tongue. I've heard all sorts of conspiratorial stuff about the vector symbol that's found on the European Space Agency, NASA, even in bloody Star Trek, right? You've got a lot of repetition with this specific logo. But who cares? Like, it might have some deeper meaning. Like, there's plenty of subliminal messages out there. Like, one of the logos that we saw, I think it was for Jeff Bezos' space entity, rocket, whatever you call it, his penis-shaped thing that he's sending up, has a feather that's just a subliminal penis. No way of sugarcoating it. It is the tip and shaft of a cock in the shape of a feather, yeah, for the incredibly dumb. While he sends a rocket up to an alleged area that's a sky vacuum. Back to the point of this particular point, number 12 on the list. They share vector logos. And they're sending rockets up to an altitude measured from sea level. They're using ballistic trajectory. It's measured flat for distance and altitude. And we're going to look at the bleeding vector like it has any importance at all. Who cares? Look at some of the measurements from the rocket's launches and you'll see a flat Earth measurement or two. And you can lean straight into that rather than suggesting that a vector's a snake tongue. Like anybody cares. But it sounds salacious, doesn't it? Yeah? And satanic. It's a serpent's tongue. It's the forked tongue of Satan when they tell you about the sky vacuum. No, they just measure Earth flat with a ballistic trajectory. I mean, the rest of the stories that I've heard, unsubstantiated, are that when these rockets alleged to go into an area that cannot possibly be real, in violation of the second law of thermodynamics, a sky vacuum, what they actually do is send it in a ballistic trajectory that you can only measure with respect to a flat plane, and then dump it in the Bermuda Triangle. That's it. They're not going out anywhere. And then later on, they'll bring back a rocket from space that's a glider and everyone's happy. It's got a full story arc. You're like, really? This is sad. I think it's Family Guy or some similar cartoon, Cleveland or something like that, where they had Stanley Kubrick come around to wherever the setting is, Hogmire or Hogmeade or wherever it is in Family Guy and the Cleveland show. And Kubrick is directing a trip to Mars. And in the direction, he tells everybody, close your eyes while they dump off a crane a module into the water. And he goes, splash! Right, open your eyes again. In other words, even the normie cartoon mainstream will take the piss out of the idea that they'll send up probably a scale model, dump it at sea, and then bring back a different rocket ship and dump it in the ocean and say, there you go, there's the man getting out. You saw it go up, didn't you? You saw the firework and all the flames. And then it went to space, honestly. It went through the wardrobe into Narnia. You just didn't see that bit. It was too far away, obviously. How far? Well, a flat Earth distance of altitude and height and surface level mile measurement away. Okay, so once we've taken the ballistic trajectory out of the equation, so no one focuses on how flat we're measuring Earth to get this thing into the sky, to then disappear over the horizon in what even the children describe as an arc. It's coming back down again, says the little boy. No, it's gravitationally attracted to the spherical radial value in an orbital motion, says the father, trying to sniff his own farts. It's just gone too far away and looked like it was coming back down again. Okay. But now we've got beep, beep. Yes, everything's nominal. And a few pictures. Meanwhile, the measurements are flat. So all of this bullshit is irrelevant. It's just cockwaffle to keep conspiratards entertained while they look through NASA footage. And they're getting the same degree of enjoyment, just in a subtly different way, as the people who believe it. Who's off mute? They're getting the same enjoyment as a 12-year-old boy would get when he's watching this stuff, believing that there's a place that you could be like Superman, hover around in orbit in 0G. Yeah, you too could be like Superman, little dweeb. That's the 12-year-old fart-sniffing, believing it methodology of watching this crap. But then you get overgrown hippies that look at the same footage and go, hey man, check it out. That astronaut just dropped its keys. and it hit the floor. They're supposed to be in 0G. Look at that water on the side. It's not floating away. They're obviously in a gravitational field. You're like, you bunch of numpties. While you try and debunk this footage, you're simultaneously affirming a 109-year out of date, I think it's 110-year out of date, force that's not a force that you can think of as a force, of a mass-attracting mass, that will allow orbital motion to result in a net force of 0 called gravity that apparently isn't in existence when you debunk this footage. And what are you talking about? Their altitude's measured off sea level. They're travelling in a horizontal linear distance measurement. That's how the world's been mapped and charted and surveyed. So any ascribed vector to this claim to be rocket in a sky vacuum in violation of a law of nature, the second law of thermodynamics, is ultimately going to be what? Affirming gravity for you while you debunk the footage? Who cares? It's got flat Earth measurements up the wazoo, like anything that's ascribed to an Earth measurement. In this case, velocity. It's doing, what, 17,500 miles per hour? What's a mile? All right, it's the linear distance measurement that we use to chart all the land that this is apparently moving over. So you've got flat Earth measurements then. It's about vectors and V symbols. That's all the V means, vector, from what I've looked into when I did look into it 10 years ago, like it mattered. Why have they all got this symbol? It just means vector.
Well, if Satan's a liar, so NASA's lying. There you go.
Oh, as far as I can see, if you actually understood this, if you weren't just given the logo, slapped it on, and then were very proud that you trained as an astronaut, because at that point you think you're going up to a sky vacuum. Vector, what, like directionality, orientation, vectors, yeah, these are flat Earth proofs. You're not going to offer me a single vector that doesn't prove an Earth that's flat in terms of the measurement derivatives that a vector's going to employ. So the best I can extract is it's Jupiter's delight. Somebody's put it on and gone, vectors. Yeah, they're all flat Earth prerequisites. That's how they're described. There is no exception. Orbital mechanics is derived from flat Earth prerequisites. It's Cartesian. Like everything. There is no exception. If you're referencing anything to Earth and its surface, the measurements are all flat. All measurements of Earth are flat. There are no exceptions. All claim to be spherical suggestions are derivatives of these flat Earth prerequisites in the first instance. You can't have sphericity, you can't have orbital motion, you can't have anything to do with the globe and heliocentric motion without flat Earth measurements. They are a prerequisite for all Earth measurements, including but not limited to the vectors asserted in ballistic trajectory when probably launching scale models into the Bermuda Triangle and alleging that they've gone to a sky vacuum in the violation of second law thermodynamics that it is. Any more on vectors, on logos?
Not vectors on logos, but a lot of these questions Daddy's putting forth, it does highlight the fact that, and people are still doing this on the supposedly flat Earth side, if you want to call it that. They start talking about this area of space, which is, doesn't exist, like you've just highlighted. But we've spent so much time talking about that crap rather than, it just shows how much we wasn't talking about the measurements, doesn't it?
Yep. I'm going to do a call to action, right? I think these shows from today, or yesterday strictly, because we did 10 of them yesterday, will be outstanding. It will tick a lot of boxes for a lot of people who want this show to be about that. Oh, why are you talking about the flat Earth measurements? Can't you talk about how we see too far? And you're like, that is flat Earth measurements. But people want the feast of nonsense. They want to talk about bubbles in space and vector logos and NASA being satanic. That's what people want to talk about. And they want us to talk about it too. It's their preferred methodology of conspiratardia in the flat Earth subject arena. And they want us to comport to it. And I'm like, no. But we're going to go through it. That's what we're going to be doing. So if you've not done so, or you typically don't share the show because you're like, oh, I don't know if this is my brand of flat Earth, now's the time to do it. If you're like, I don't want to share it because I don't think the Earth's flat, well, then you'll rejoice in the fact that we're bracing against the subject that's been laid down on the table, preordained, if you will, for you to debate and discuss as a globe believer with other flat earthers, and I'll be condemning it. Maybe not for the reasons that you appreciate, maybe not for reasons that will affirm your sphere belief, but condemning it in a way that you'll appreciate if you're a ball believer. So please share the show if you're not typically disposed to pressing the share button for this particular show. Today is the day. Yeah, I want to see the numbers going up as we're covering Feast of Nonsense garbage. And it's in a concise way that I can even trim out. I've done so. So from yesterday's show, I've got about 6, maybe 7 different videos that are about 1 minute to 2 minutes long that basically cover a specific Feast of Nonsense question that's asked to flat earthers by the curious onlooker or the sphere believer. And they're being paraphrased like, why do all the space agencies have a vector logo that looks like a serpent's tongue? That's a standard-ish conspiratardia flat earth style question that you could expect to have a discussion about when you get to this arena. Preordained to make the people who are promoting the idea of it being flat earth, that is, look like conspiratards. While we, in this very, very, very small minority, talk about the fact Earth's measured flat for everyone always and without exception, including but not limited to vectors themselves. Forget the logo and the brainwashing ascribed to the subliminal aspects of it, when you can just say, well, what's a vector? Well, it's a flat Earth measurement. That's the end of that discussion. Don't need to speculate about whether or not bloody Captain Kirk's also in on the gig, because he's got a vector on his little transmitter badge. I mean, who gives a toss? Vectors are flat Earth measurements. Let's do the next one. Astronauts almost drowning in quote-unquote space. I'll roll my eyes. We've just covered space. The sky is not a vacuum. If the sky was a vacuum, the gas we breathe would fill the space, in line with dispersion laws called entropy. That's the second law of thermodynamics. Gas fills space. If there wasn't available space for rockets to traverse, the gas you're breathing would have filled it. We'd have never developed gas pressure in the first place. The very first gas particle, as all of them do, would have come from the ground, gone into the sky vacuum, to never return. Gases would only come back down if they collided with the walls of a container. And we are under containment. We are breathing pressurized gas. Ergo, if the gas we are breathing is pressurized, there is no ability to traverse through the lack of containment that would force the gas into an area of volume the rockets are claimed to be in, to take pictures of the Earth from space. Now, when you talk about space, the best way to avoid the fact that this is a non-existent area, only capable of description with a flat Earth prerequisite perpendicular height from sea level, it's best to juxtapose that garbage with an idea that the fake show of space is taking place in a pool where men can almost drown. Who cares if there's a pool? We measure our height off surface level. Sea level is the preordained master reference that gives us an altitude. So if you're going to describe this thing in any mathematical certainty, you're going to be ascribing flat Earth measurements, because all of them are flat, to this alleged to be entity in a sky, juxtaposed by flat earthers with men in a pool. We know there's a pool. The deep submersion tank that NASA practice in, according to them, is a very well-known, well-documented fact. So it's not like the conspiratards need to lean very far into this when they start talking about it and ignoring flat Earth prerequisite perpendicular measurements from sea level and an area that possibly isn't even in existence in the way that they describe it beyond about a mile off the ground. Ultimately speaking, the best defence is to lead the opposition, that's flat earthers, into describing men drowning in a tank that they already admit to when they say that they're in space. So they can argue about whether or not the suit that they're wearing might potentially fill with water in space, not the pool, because now nobody's talking about how flat Earth gets measured, violating any suggestion of an orbital motion for these men to be in the first place. Another derivative of flat Earth prerequisite to put them in a motion in an area that doesn't exist, akin to Narnia. I'm done. Anybody else got anything on this? Talking about men drowning in
No,
space?
it's just totally I totally agree with you, Nathan, but it's always been the case. What you've just explained is all you need to know every time space is mentioned. That is all you have to say. And people have spent years not explaining that and instead discussing what type of toilet is on the ISS, the Hasselblad camera, what modifications did that have to get photographs of the so-called blue marble or whatever it was. Not just skipping past the point that the area they call space cannot exist. Yeah. Defies gas law, defies the second law of thermodynamics, which you've just explained. But people just skip over that and start talking a load of nonsense about other things.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, but
even more damning or even more useful for us is the fact that if you're going to describe a travel through an area that doesn't exist, you need to plan it. You have a trajectory. With vectors, yeah, you'll need flat Earth prerequisite distances and altitudes to plan this travel. That's to say, if you're going to ascribe any measurements at all to this so-called journey, they'll be flat. That's how trajectories are described mathematically based on measurements of the surface. They're all flat. Not just the trajectories, but the measurements that you're basing them on. Everything about this so-called trip requires flat Earth measurements. Now you're going to say, well, we could argue about whether or not space is real. We've got exceptional evidence that it can't possibly be. It violates the law of nature. Meanwhile, let's just have a look at the trajectory. Okay, fine. You say you go to space. Let's have a look at the measurements. If you can get it into your head that almost all so-called globe proofs are immediately overturned by just asking to see a few measurements, you'll suddenly realise that you don't have to argue in juxtaposition with a sky that you haven't got a clue about. I don't know what the frickin' sky is. I've never made a claim about it. I might have asked why it's blue when I was a kid, but that's about it. Now, the fact that there's a load of numpties that are arguing and suggesting that we've got an area that men can behave like Superman in, floating around like they're flying. Okay, let's see some measurements. Oh, look at that. We've got miles immediately. We've got to measure Earth flat for that. Oh, we've got orbital motion. Oh, well, we'll need to derive radial values for that. How did we do it? Oh, we did it with flat Earth measurements of angles from surface level. Meaning this out-of-the-box crazy notion of an orbit violates the base principle measurement that's used to create it. I mean, they were only creating it to get a better idea of the motions of the stars when explaining epicycles. Putting things into elliptical motion so that they can try and call them, what do they call them now, retrograde motion? They're just trying to explain lights in the sky. You thought that meant the ground you were standing on was moving around the sun? No. That's 500-year-old archaic nonsense that people a long time ago used to better understand the stars. You thought that meant you could fly like Superman? Ah, bless your little 12-year-old heart. Let's have a look at the measurements, shall we? Oh, well, what do you know? Earth's being measured flat in this shite too.
Well, isn't it also interesting, though, that they're practicing in water and God describes in Scripture that there's water above. So,
oh my God. Somebody throttle him.
Sorry.
The next one, same or similar. We've got water bubbles and scuba tanks viewed in space. I mean, I could try and dissect this because it seems like a logical way. It's almost like you're in a wheelbarrow being pushed down a hill. Well, hang on a second. They do film in a deep submersion tank, and some of the footage shows bubbles. I mean, it's almost there. I'm coming to it. Maybe the footage came from the tank. Let's have a look at some measurements. Earth's measured flat. The suggested trajectories and vectors and motions, that's orbits, are all based on measuring Earth flat. So who gives a shit how they come up with the stage show and afford you a suspension of disbelief? On the one side, letting you believe you can actually be Superman. On the other, saying, oh no, clever, I noticed that they film in a tank and then some of the continuity errors get through. Yeah, shocking. But that doesn't prove anything. You could argue all day about how you're wrong and they're right in an area you're never going to visit. You just aren't rich enough. But if we had a little look at the measurements, we'd quickly see that Earth's being measured flat. for this so-called journey, violating it instantly. Any more on bubbles in space?
Yeah, ex-flat earther Jaron Scampanella used to produce videos of spotting bubbles in space. But I'm just curious if he believes in space again now that he's no longer a flat earther. Not that it matters. Earth's still going to be measured from flat.
You're interested in what Jaron Campanella believes now that he's flip-flopped from globe Earth to sphere, from globe Earth to flat Earth and back to globe Earth again. So because he's a flip-flopper, you're intrigued to know what he believes in.
Well, he no longer is a flat earther, but I wonder if that takes away all the bubbles that he's spotted in his previous streams, and whether he thinks that's real footage and anomalies in Narnia.
I mean, Jaron Campanella is absolutely without question a flat earther. Earth is measured flat. It's the rock and the hard place. Redundant though it might be, it still applies if you're going to suggest that you can flip-flop from one to the next. You can be ignorant and believe what you were taught in school. That's globe believer. You can then substitute your former belief in a globe with a new belief in flat Earth. And then you can relinquish your new belief in flat Earth in favour of your old belief of globe. But both globe Earth belief and flat Earth belief both fundamentally rely on actually measuring Earth's surface. It is measured flat. If you suggest that you believe in the globe, then you ultimately require derivations of radial values that are required by measuring Earth's surface flat. If you're going to utilise concepts like time, you will require averages of elevation angle measurements of the sun to give you this concept. If you're going to utilise any directionality whatsoever, you require Earth be measured flat with azimuth. All Earth measurements, including but not limited to ones that afford idiots like Jaron Campanella a sphere belief, are all flat. So, to put it more concisely, in order for him to believe Earth is a sphere, he will require the flat Earth be measured to create a sphere to believe in. Ultimately, everyone relies on the same Earth measurements. They're not varying based on your belief. They're all flat. And in order to create a sphericity, to convolute angle measurements that have a curve of the protractor into being the curve of the surface. Now, if you don't understand how they convert flat Earth measurements like these on screen into a world that you can be at the center of a ball that's got angle measurements wrapped around it like latitude, if you don't understand that that sphericity requires you be inside a ball, and then later extrapolate and calculate into existence a surface to pretend you're on, then you simply don't understand the full extent of the flat Earth prerequisites used to create your ball belief. That's not being on a ball or having a justification to believe you're on a ball. That's ignorance. That's I want to believe I'm on a ball, or I want to believe Earth is flat, versus I know how Earth is measured. Those two things are very different. Once you know how Earth is measured, like this on screen, you can understand the planar prerequisite for elevation angle measurement derivation to create sphericity with. Then you can declare that you understand how the sphere can exist to believe in. And to believe in a sphere, you require we measure Earth flat. Hope you're all sharing the show. We're chucking out diamonds. Hopefully it's not to swine. 40 people watching. Please share the show. We are covering Feast of Nonsense. This is a dream come true for ballers who love to brace against this garbage. and a dream come true for flatties who think finally they're going to stop proving it's flat with just saying the word mile, and they're going to launch into serpent tongues on vector logos. Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're going to tear them a new asshole, but it'd be nice if there was a few people watching as we are covering what the predominant flat earthers in this so-called crappy community have been covering for the last 10 years, and simultaneously all ignoring the flat earth prerequisites that they're based on, whistling straight past them, sometimes having absolutely no semblance of any commonality with the measurements of earth when talking about bleeding vector logos. The logo's got nothing to do with an earth that's flat. The vector itself does. Next, density, buoyancy, and electromagnetism are better explanations for gravity. So, explanations for gravity? Gravity is an out-of-date pseudo-force. What explanation is required by density, buoyancy, or electromagnetism? Density and buoyancy are already explained with a type of gravity. It's called specific gravity. Specific gravity being relative density in the disequilibrium created when you have an object more dense than the medium it is placed in which instance it goes down. Now, if you ascribe this the terminology of gravity, it ignores that if you have an item of less density than the medium it is in, it will go in an upward vector. Now, if you can only focus on one of Archimedes' principles, then you can ascribe it as a downward vector that can then be ascribed, again in name only, to a second type of gravity called Newtonian, which is the assertion that the mass of Earth will attract the mass of objects with mass. Looks up at cloud, ponders the amount of mass that's not going down having gone up from the ground. 110 years out of date gravity. Currently, for heliocentric believers, you have the planar, pseudo-Riemannian, fourth-dimensional, space-time geometry invented, or to put it another way, plucked out of his arse, Einsteinian gravity. Now, without going into string theory, I mean, I haven't got Sheldon's Batman logo on, have I? So I don't think I'll take it that far. But in terms of relative density, it's already ascribed within the family of gravity. In reality, we've only got Archimedes' principle. That's relative density disequilibrium if you're describing a vector. That's not mass attracting mass, and it certainly isn't a bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry. Anybody else? Somebody wanted to get a word in. Good.
Well, I'm just thinking, I mean, I'm just sort of saying and picking up on things that people used to just argue this for hours and hours and hours about gravity. Getting stuck on the out-of-date Newtonian gravity and things going up and down and in downward vectors and everything and all this, and spending hours and days and probably months talking about this, when the only thing you can relate to the out-of-date Newtonian gravity, if things are going down, it will require a horizontal plane of reference. All the rest of it has got nothing to do whatsoever with the shape of the Earth that we live on.
As for electromagnetism being an orientation in the downward, have you never used a compass? No, this seems like another convolution between azimuth and altitude. If you're going to use a magnetic field in some practical application, you're going to be trying to use it to find north, so you can describe degrees from that 0 point in the horizontal. What's that? Electromagnetism is a better description for vectors in the vertical? No, clearly you don't know what we actually put into practical application when it comes to the magnetic fields on Earth's surface. We use them for directionality in the horizontal. It's not a better explanation. It's utterly useless when you describe Earth within the context of this measurement, because that particular Earth measurement, what for magnetic field lines, is horizontal. But I think electromagnetism is a better explanation for vertical vector. No, definitely not. Archimedes did a perfectly satisfactory job of describing relative density in disequilibrium. That's satisfactory. You can give it a new name, that's specific gravity. You can juxtapose it with the notion, incorrect that it is, that objects of mass move towards the mass of Earth, when objects of mass like gases come out of the ground and go up. And then you can supersede it 110 years ago with the bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry, where you invent a notion of an extra dimension that you, a mere three-dimensional entity, couldn't possibly see or picture. Yeah, like a handkerchief up a wizard's sleeve. You're not supposed to see it. It's bullshit. It works outside of a Cartesian system and isn't capable of description in physical reality. Any pictorial descriptions of bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry always and without exception are described three-dimensionally. Or to put it another way, it's bollocks. Gravity's a complete sham. Electromagnetism is not a substitution for it when the actual electromagnetic fields, if you want to claim that they have anything to do with electrical signals, as opposed to a molten iron core used in the same bullshit to describe the top of Earth being north, it isn't. So no, all 4 scores in this garbage feast of nonsense question are invalidated by actual practical Earth measurements. In this case, the only one that's useful for directionality is magnetic field lines and the horizontal orientation you can acquire from them. And in terms of displacement in an orientation or vector, for disequilibrium, Archimedes did a perfectly satisfactory job. Next. Unless anybody else has got anything on relative density, disequilibrium, the 4 different gravities, and electromagnetism. Anybody else got anything on that? Anybody at all? Is there anybody there?
We're here, just got nothing. Plus, I'm over here inviting people to come to Discord, so we'll see if the views uptick.
No, we're still at the same number of viewers. There's 40 people watching. But I'm going to have another bash at reading my poem. This actually made it into the book, and I did make an attempt to read it last time, but I didn't make it all the way through without making a mistake, so I'm going to have a bash now. The ether sensation is the manifestation of the vibration when viewing libration, and the perturbation in the variation of background radiation when we view illumination. There is no protestation in my verbal masturbation, because perception of the visualization of light emanation in a rotation toroidation, of magnetization through vacuum evacuation, show their Maxwellization propagation with emotion demonstration, phase quantization via quantum induction validation, where we view the Michelson-Morley experiment showing consistent variation in the direction when illumination went on vacation at elevation in atmospheric stratification by interpretation. And that's a miniaturization of the ether explanation. If you lack in comprehension, it's because of your education. Did I mention the free power generation? Long live the ether. This is a declaration and not a theora hypothesization. Subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980.
Outstanding.
I thought I did quite well there. I thought I'd get a round of applause. Obviously not. Right, next. We have a density, and gravity is strong enough to hold oceans to the Earth, yet birds, planes, and clouds fly with ease. I'm pretty sure we've already covered this in the last explanation for gravity. Anybody else want to add anything about the feast of nonsense suggestion that gravity is defied by the butterfly's wings but yet strong enough to hold oceans? Gravity's not a force. It's not doing any of those things. Yeah, if you're going to describe water displacing air, that's because it's more dense than the medium. As I've already explained, Archimedes did a perfectly satisfactory job of this. Okay, it's about the density of the object versus the medium. So if you've got a load of mercury, you can float an anvil on it based on it being less dense than the medium it's trying to displace. Mercury is more dense, therefore the anvil doesn't go through it even though it's liquid at room temperature. Hope we're all clear. Archimedes' relative density disequilibrium. Very simple to describe, also known as specific gravity. Does mass attract mass? No. Have you never farted? Did the gas go down, go boom boom to the Earth? No, what? It's spread out from the source at ground level where you are and went up. Yeah, that's what gas does. It spreads out. Most, if not all of it, is created at ground level. So gases go up. Maybe they're affected by a pseudo. Look up what pseudo means. Space-time geometry. Bending in a fourth dimension. No, this was plucked out of a man's arse called Einstein. I don't think there's anything else we need. If there's loads more on gravity, I'll just skip them. No, moving on, thank God. GoPro lenses used to fake the curve of the Earth. Back to measurements. Sorry, you say we've got Earth curve. What's Earth curve? Well, it's this part where the surface level we measure flat with miles is actually curving. Okay, give me some measurements. Well, it's 8 inches per measured mile squared. So we need to measure Earth flat in miles to derive this squared function. Oh, well, that's only an estimation. It's actually 1.2 times the square root of the measured height of a flat Earth to give us a distance in linear horizontal miles. That sounds like quite a lot of flat Earth measurements you've got there for your suggestion that the ground we measure flat in miles actually curves at a derivative value from the measured flat miles. I'm going to go with no. I'm going to go we've got surveyors that have measured how much curve the land has. That's called topographical deviation. And it is measured to the millimetre accuracy. Don't believe me? Go and check out an Ordnance Survey map. They're very proud of how accurately they can describe deviations from the horizontal measured flat in miles when they describe the undulations of the land to the millimetre accuracy, requiring an axiomatic flat Earth prerequisite measurement of the surface flat with miles. So no, definitely not. GoPro bending the bloody Earth curve. What a load of crap. Good.
I'm just loving how you're doing it, Nathan. This is how it should have been dealt with a long time ago. Rather, arguing. I keep repeating myself on these questions, but we did it. We went down the line, and this is what Sir Daddy's pointing out. We used to spend hours arguing about what lens was used for the curve, the fake curve, which we can say if there is no curve, it's measured flat. Always has been, always will be.
I've got nothing for this one, so hopefully some of you can help me out. No observable signs of evolution. Again, why this is being carried over into the flat Earth subject, I don't know. I'm not even going to attempt to give this an answer.
I would suggest that it's because of the Christian apologetics arguments that are being put forth about old Earth versus young Earth creation. So creationists, or oxymoronically named Christian creationists, are battling over evolution. Both agree that evolution's not taking place, but problematic is the old Earth creationists are adopting the heliocentric Big Bang idea and keeping that in their arsenal, while trying to also debate that millions of years for evolution isn't true. So that,
Gotcha.
I think that question comes from the Christian debate over what creation is according to the Bible versus what it is according to heliocentric philosophy.
So because you have people reaching for their Bible to assert that the Earth is flat based on Scripture, they then cross-pollinate with the violation of Scripture that is evolution. And then you get into that wrangle-dangle. So it's almost where I'm juxtaposing the conspirataria aspect. It's been introduced from a different angle with religious rhetorics that can affirm the Earth is flat so that they can be subverted into arguing things that are unrelated to Earth's flat measurements, in this case, evolution. Fine. Not my bag. What can I say? There are 50 people watching, so someone's
Good, I
definitely
think.
hit the share button. Thank you very much if you have shared the show. This is going to be an interesting show, as was yesterday. So if you want to share shows because they're more akin to your favourite Flat Earth content, this is as close as Flat Earth debate is going to get to that. That is to say, in modern times, all we do is focus on how Earth is measured. And that's it, because it ends the argument immediately. Now, some people might say, well, it's a bit boring. You say, well, if we've got 5 miles, and someone goes, stop. No more example needed. We've got 5 miles of flat Earth measurements then. That's the end of the discussion. All of Earth is measured in this prerequisite flat, linear, distance, conception, or convention, I should say, called miles. So we've got flat Earth measurement. That's the end of the discussion. Here we are talking about NASA tongues and serpents and vectors on logos. And in this case, sun rays coming in parallel or not, according to flat earthers. Well, go ahead.
Sorry, Nathan, carry on.
No, you go ahead.
I was just saying on the evolution, I mean, evolution is a description of something happening over time. And how do we measure time? You know, you can bring it back down to the measurements of Earth right there. Time is measured by measuring elevated angles to and from the sun, from the horizontal plane we dwell atop. That's how time is, was, and is always measured.
Yeah. I mean, this light rays thing is like, okay, so there's an assertion that if we measure elevation angles and derive radial values for them, you can compare and contrast the suggestion after the fact, after the extrapolation, after the flat Earth measurements, that the light, based on Huygens' derivation of those flat Earth radial values onto Venus, gives us very distant sun and stars. Therefore, the light must be coming in parallel. Okay, so when we juxtapose a flat earther who has no idea what the sun even is, being told he should suggest that the sun is local, and contrast that with a flat earth prerequisite elevation angle measurement forming a radial value that can be extrapolated out into a distance that's very far, therefore parallel light rays. Sorry, both sides require flat earth measurements of Earth's surface to do this stupid dance about whether or not the sun's rays come in parallel or not. Sorry, will this result in you not dying at sea? No, but measuring the fucking angle will. That will stop you dying, and has been utilised to expand the territory of Earth. That's why the maps have suddenly got more land on them as they get newer. That's us using elevation angle measurements off a flat Earth to expand the known territories. I know, tell a flat earther that he needs to assert to the world that the sun's local. And then you can contrast it with someone who's used flat Earth measurements, that we won't mention, to extrapolate out a radial value, that's flat. And then concertina ever decreasing circles of elevation angles to Polaris to create a ball, like it's the arc of the protractor we measured with. And then suggest that that ball is in a Keplerian bullshit orbital motion. Oh, but how far? Oh, well, Huygens can assume that Venus has the same flat Earth derivative R value. And then we can scale it all to being very far away and say the light comes in parallel. So we can contrast the flat earther that says that, no, it's as we see, they're coming down at angles. And then the globe believer can say, well, that's just perspective, but we don't use that in our maths. We do use flat Earth measurements, but let's none of us mention how flat Earth be measured to create a local sun with angle measurements versus a distant sun based on flat Earth measurements. Because then we can argue about whether or not the stupid flat Earth pot smoking, silicon tree hugging hippie is right about a local sun versus the globe believer who doesn't realise his prerequisite flat Earth extrapolations and assumptions by Christian Huygens give him a very distant sun for parallel light rays. Okay. Got one more for today.
We went over this.
Good.
We went over this the other week as well, Nathan, when we did the Eratosthenes method, and that's what we was pointing out, or you was. People spent time arguing about the divergent light, the parallel light, and it could work this way and that way. At the end of the day, that Greek guy was just measuring angles off the surface of Earth, no matter what the sun was doing or how the rays were apparently coming down. He was measuring angles off the surface of Earth. End of story.
Okay, in the bullshit land of retarded flat Earth arguments, we have the moonlight always tests cooler than the moon shade. Because that proves we're on a flat Earth, obviously.
It doesn't, but it is an interesting thing to try.
And if you cook a chicken at 190, it's that much more juicy and delicious if you cook it for 4 hours. What's your point?
Point is that I know that my stock tanks are going to get frozen over harder if there's a full moon and a clear sky at night when it's wintertime.
And this
But
has
other than
what
that,
relevance? No, that's not what I mean. I'm sure you might be able to put this into practical application if true. What useful derivative in this specific discussion about whether Earth is the derivation of flat Earth, prerequisite measurements of elevation angle, bastardized into sphericity, or not? Where does the moon and its coldness, in the shade or otherwise, fit into this discussion?
It doesn't.
Can we measure angles to the moon?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
So we can prove Earth is flat with the moon, use it in navigation, and it requires flat Earth prerequisites. I know. Let's talk about how cold it makes us. Because that makes a lot of sense. See what I mean? There's going to be people out there that love it. There's going to be globers that go, I love dealing with flatties. They talk about how the moon's colder in the shade. Or warmer in the shade, I lose track. And I love taking the piss out of them as stupid idiots. And then there's flatties that go, did you know that it gets warmer when you shade from the moon? It's kind of like the opposite of the sun. You go, really? Is that useful in practical application? Will it save my life at sea? Can I navigate with it? No. I see. So not very useful then. Maybe this is a red herring that you're being utilised for. It's almost like you're put here to talk about this shit so no one talks about the practical uses that the moon can offer with flat Earth measurements attached to them. It's almost like you're being ushered into a position of authority in a flat Earth genre, so the last thing you ever talk about is measuring Earth. Interesting, isn't it?
It's an awesome red herring, and where it leads people who are big sniffers is that you say, well, that proves that the moon is local. The next step is, oh, okay, well, how high is your moon?
No, don't get the tape measure out. Don't get the ruler out. Don't describe perpendicularity. I know what we need. A thermometer. We're going to make measurements. Let's make them as little use as possible to the subject of whether or not Earth is measured flat. We'll measure the temperature. That's definitely a measurement.
It's a good place to
the globe is like sorry.
I was going to say it's a good place to point out again why we call these feast of nonsense, because while they do sound like possible proofs and stuff like that, they always lead away from the truth of what's trying to be stated or that's trying to be proved or whatever. They move away from how we measure the earth and practically use it. And that's why it's important to tell people new to this subject that things like this, while interesting, are leading away from what is true. And that's why we shouldn't use them. That's why we should abandon them as arguments.
So I'm going to label this show The Feast of Nonsense Part 2. And I am going to do another call to action, which is to suggest that if you are watching this live, please do smash the share button. As I keep saying, yesterday's show, it was more obvious to me when I got to editing out lots of shorts videos, which I'll inevitably do with today's show as well, which is to say I'll take the best and most concise 1 to 2 minute sections of this particular response by me to these Feast of Nonsense questions and turn them into 1 or 2 minute shorts videos. But for you, the audience, this is a share-worthy show. It's covering all of your favourite familiar, nonsensical garbage from the Feast of Nonsense that is Flat Earth and addressing them within the context of the most up-to-date rhetoric. So it's not like you're going to be hearing things that are unfamiliar if you're already in the subject. If you're not already in the subject, they're questions that have been preordained for you to be pondering when you get here, whether you know it or not. So all of it's going to seem vaguely familiar, like it's a rhetoric that would be the right way to go in terms of discussing flat. No, it's all garbage. And we're unpacking it and we'll do it a day at a time. So far, we've covered 20 of 60. So hopefully by the end of the week, depending on how much of a rattle on we get on in each of the days, it seems like we're going to be doing 10 a day. But we'll get through it by next week. And I want people to share these shows. This is what I've been asked for. This is what people in the comments have been telling me I should be doing. Don't just talk about measurements. It ends the discussion. Talk about the Feast of Nonsense. This guy dropped his keys on the ISS. So please share the show. 2 clicks. It's like really easy. Put it on your favourite social media platform, if that's Bebo or MySpace or Twitter, wherever you like. Blogspot. Anybody else know any out-of-date social media platforms?
MySpace.
I had MySpace. MySpace, Bebo, Vlogspot, Twitter, Skype. Share it out to all your favourites. But in seriousness, when you do click the share button, click share. It says, do you want to share to? And then you'll see your favourite, whatever platform that you're using, Twitter, X, Facebook, generally speaking, Meta, whatever you're using. What are the other ones that are out there? What's the one that Reels is on? Got the name of that one. Instagram, that's it. I'm not down with these social media platforms. I'm not on Instagram. And I use Twitter to tweet out my own show. It's not even called Twitter, it's called X. But share the show. This is a good one. This is going to be one that people will enjoy watching.
Oh, are you finished with those things?
For today, yes, Neil, we'll get back into the next 10 of 60 tomorrow. So for now, we've covered 20. Yesterday's show was the first 10. I'm answering you. Yesterday was the first 10. Today's the second 10. So we've done 20 so far. There's 60 in total.
Okay. Just want to say happy birthday to my lovely wife. So when she hears this, I wish her a happy birthday. And then I also want to just LVA Paul and Roger Ledwell, don't let me catch you here. That's it.
You're the bouncer now.
You heard what they freaking said on his show yesterday. Believe me, you don't want to hear it.
Oh, go on. This is juicy gossip. Let's hear it. We've done the highbrow stuff. Let's do some lowbrow stuff.
Oh, LVA Paul is like, I don't see what they did wrong. Adam was the first book Nathan came with wasn't good enough, so they had to rewrite a book. And, Nathan's gaslighting his own panel. And he's telling people not to be gaslit. And Roger Ledwell's like, yeah, I didn't see anything wrong. I don't see what the fuss is about. So you got clueless people over there on a platform saying, oh, and that's what he said that pissed me off. I won't be recommending Nathan's book. It's LVA Paul.
Oh, because LVA Paul's got 20 million subscribers, hasn't he?
Oh, God, it won't sell now.
I mean, shit.
That's what I said.
What with Paul being such a massive influence over people, I can't quite believe it, Paul. Oh, my God. What will I do? You fucking nobody. Nobody gives two shits if you're promoting my book or not, LVA Paul. Thank you very much for the absolute sack of shit computer that you cost me 12 months with. It was a right pain in the arse, and I have to have every single fucking component in it replaced. You can't even spec a computer. You think you're going to make any difference to whether or not I promote my own book or not? As for you, Roger, you don't see that anything was wrong. They offered to help me edit my book, and they're now turning editing a book into making a new book that they stole. Okay, you're obviously dumb as fuck. No, creating a new book is not what they offered. They offered to help me edit a book. Now, because they opened a new Word page, that makes it a new book. No, that's where the edits went. Now, they're saying that's theirs. They've published it under their own names. I will call it like it is. They are thieves. Now, if you think they've done nothing wrong, okay, then you don't recognise the scenario as much as I thought you would, making you stupid. Now, I've already identified this for my members, and I'll identify it for the public. Good. The people who don't recognise what is actually occurring. Now we've got victim blaming. So I suggest that when people are told that the help I was offered easily proven, when they say, can we help you? And then ask me, the author, what I want in the material being produced. The same material that was stolen and republished by two thieves. Yeah, when someone says, I don't see what's wrong. Good. You can be identified quickly as the stupid. So you don't recognise that as being truly evil, offering me help to help feed my kids by altering a book that was ready for publication because they said it wasn't of a high enough standard. So don't publish your book. We will help you make it better, aka steal it from you. But Roger and LVA Paul don't recognise there's something wrong in that. Okay, good. Stay over there, you pair of morons. We are identifying you as stupid officially, like a lot of other people. Now, gaslighting is where you tell someone like Flatsy Cline, who has openly expressed her shock and dismay at the theft of my material she understood to be helping me with, as a suggestion that I've almost stolen from them. That's true gaslighting, when you can get a complete fucking retard like Flatsy Cline, the self-confessed singer. All right, how many hits have you had on the Billboard 100 there, Flatsy? None. You got your bio in a book about me that had me scratched out and some no-name, used-up, cobweb-fannied spinster replaced on top of where I was. Again, really? You don't see anything wrong in that. Okay, that's fine. Doesn't matter. They were dismissed 8 months ago and they're still talking about me, clearly. Why? Well, because they're having to justify the theft of my material. Now, again, I'll say it one last time. I am delighted that people identify themselves as stupid when they go, well, I don't see that anything's wrong in stealing another man's work and publishing it under his nose after altering it to make his life the life of a spinster who can't keep a decent man. You see that as good work, then you're not exactly a book critic. You think that the veneer of a woman hitting the wall and not being able to hold down a man is a good opener to a book. Okay, no worries. I won't come round and promote the decent book that had to be written again after its 5th draft by me, both times, when that comes out in a couple of weeks. I won't go on your platform with 20 million subscribers there, Paul. Oh, you're a fucking nobody that nobody gives a shit about. You're just winding up one of my panel, are you? Shock and awe. Nobody gives a fuck about your opinion.
Well, he seems to think he takes your quote when back in the day you said you sit there, everybody brings stuff and you just take it and polish it up. So, but that's not what happened here. What happened is how Nathan said it happened. They offered to help, and then they freaking stole it. It's the bottom line. Nathan didn't say that he came up with these freaking arguments. It's about Flat Earth Debate, the book.
The bottom line is there was a book written and I was offered help with it. Now, that book was then suggested when being edited by two people who offered their assistance. The edited version became a second book and justified two morons and idiots that that's a perfectly legitimate reason for stealing the work they offered help with. Now, it doesn't matter. It won't matter how many times I put out trimmed out clips that members have got hold of from the editing process where they're saying, hey, Nathan, how do we word this? As the author, how would you like it? Now, that's what they're asking me in clips that I'm being given. I'm not trimming them out. The people who aren't morons recognise theft when they see it. Recognise that two people offered me assistance as editors. Now, they're also gaslighting people that, well, we went way above and beyond editors. Well, who the fuck asked you to? Oh, well, that's your justification for stealing from me because you put in more effort than you'd have hoped. Why? All you were supposed to do is assist me in editing my book. What they actually assisted with is helping themselves to it. Now, again, I'll say it for the last time. If you're a moron and you don't recognise theft, then good. I'm glad you're putting your hands up and going, excuse me, I don't see that there's any problem with them offering you help and then stealing that which they helped you with. Good. I'm glad you're over there. More importantly, I'm glad it's people like Paul, insignificant little lonely men who have absolutely no influence over anybody. Now, the only people who've got slightly more influence are the thieves themselves. But given that we, me included, are tiny little YouTube channels, this little storm in a teacup is utterly inconsequential to the public at large, the people who I want to mass communicate this information to, via my book with my name on it, that has taken an extra year, if not two, to produce because of thieves who managed to take the carcass of the fifth draft and slap their name on it under the guise of it being about a spinster who can't keep a man. Now, some dickhead critics out there think that's wonderful work. Well, brilliant, good, go and buy that pile of shite. I have, it's crap. I wouldn't wipe my arse with it. Meanwhile, my fifth draft turned into a 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and eventually 10th draft that is of an exceptionally high quality. It's yet to be released, and I expect there to be very little to no fanfare when it finally does. What will happen is I'll go out and promote the damn thing. Just not on Paul's channel, because he hasn't got one. I'll try and approach people who've actually got influence and encourage them to actually read my material and hope that they're not put off by the garbage carcass of my fifth draft when it opens with a story of a woman who can't keep a man. She can't even keep a shit man. That's the opener. So when people go, oh, you said it was good when it was being written. When we were in the drafting process and it wasn't finished yet, I knew what was potentially going to be good. Yeah, I did. Then it got stolen and turned into an absolute sack of shit, with a load of biographies about people who are utterly inconsequential to the actual narrative of the story of flat earth debate and housekeeping questions. You got these lonely housekeeping questions in there with no character development around them to describe how they came to pass. You just got these bios at the beginning about these inconsequential gaslit morons. That's what my fifth draft turned into. What's that second book? No, opening up a new fucking Word document doesn't mean what they stole is a second book. Anyway, everybody loves drama, especially narcissists, yeah? They love it. They love duping people into believing they're gaslighting. Second book, yeah, you've definitely caught the eye of a narcissist who knows how stupid you are and can smile with delight when he dupes you. That's what's happening. Second book, no. But good that you've identified yourselves. We can now say over there is where you will stay, away from the people with half a brain, which you definitely don't have. Meanwhile, like I say, my book will come out and it is of a high standard. It's not a 1-star Amazon release with a load of blank pages because the person producing it didn't realise they've kept a load of empty pages in their Word document. Shite like that. Zero attention to detail. Rushed out at a date that I arbitrarily set. Even their release date was based on a date that I came up with. But yet you're too stupid to recognise that it's stolen material? Oh yes, I love sitting in a hangout with two thieves while they produce a second book in my company. No, there's only one book. It was designed to produce money for me to feed my kids with. Effectively, these two thieving fucks have taken the food out of my kids' mouths. That's what they've done. Now, again, that's why I'm so infuriated by this. The whole process, which has taken about 3 years instead of 1, has been elongated by thieves who are now convincing and gaslighting the world that somehow I'm in the wrong for having been stolen from. And other wankers who surround them say, yeah, it's all right. It seems totally legit. Why? Well, because they're wankers. That's why. This Paul, LVA, you're a wanker. Make no mistake about it. That's why you're loveless and living with your parents, Paul. Make no mistake about what you are, you sad little man. You want to try and piss me off? Well, you succeeded. But you've also identified yourself as a dumbass who doesn't recognise gaslighting. Telling the audience that I'm gaslighting. Well, you haven't got an audience, have you, Paul?
Just going to say, Nathan, was it possible to recommend a book that you haven't read yet?
That I
That's
have
a
read.
good one.
Book that I have read.
No, I understand what he's saying. How dare you say I won't be recommending his book? You haven't even read it. It's not been out, so how can you say something like that?
Don't.
He has an agenda.
Don't buy my book, Paul. Yeah, you are not worthy. You're too dumb. You probably won't understand the language. If you're gonna buy it, if you insist, get Mommy to buy it for you and she can read it to you. Okay, Paul?
Oh boy. It is infuriating if you listen to it. I put in a mess to be. Whoever wants to listen to that, go listen to this freaking moron. I stopped after 2 minutes.
And the other
I don't know
guy,
how long it goes
Roger
on.
Ledwell, this is a guy who I've sent microphones to, right? It's the same guy, correct?
That's correct.
So I, out of the goodness of my heart, have bought my microphones and given them to this guy. He said, can you send microphones internationally? Offering to buy it. I'm like, no, you're a YouTuber. You do have an audience, unlike Paul. So I'll send you one. You're associated with the subject that we cover, and I want everybody to have good audio. So I will send you a free microphone. So then he picked one, a crap one, off the website. And I said, nah, it's not very good. I'll send you 2. So I sent them out, tracked them, traced them, chased them, and they eventually reached with him. And then, as a thank you, I hear that he's promoting the material stolen by 2 thieves and justifying it. Am I correct in what I'm hearing, Neil?
That's correct.
All right. Wow. Thank you so much, Roger Ledwell. I'm really glad that I supported you in sending out microphones and chasing them to my financial detriment and time detriment. I only had microphones to sell because I wasn't publishing a book because I've been told by 2 thieves not to. So as a consequence of being delayed by 2 people saying, don't publish, we will help you make this book better. The one that they've now got their names on, the ones that they stole. Yeah? That's why I had microphones, Roger. Because I had to mitigate for not publishing a book I was suggested to retract from the shelves while it was improved. Sorry, I forgot to introduce the gaslighting of that circumstance being me sat in a room while a second book, lining the pockets of 2 thieving bastards, was what I wanted to do with my time. No, that makes no sense unless you're a moron being gaslit by somebody who's taking great delight in just how stupid you are.
The other thing to consider, Nathan, is a lot of these people are still, like an Arla Misfit Toys 2.3, want the argument. I mean, I heard Adam Meakin promoting the book, as it's great if you want to argue with a Glober, because it's got everything in there for an argument. Now, these guys we're talking about, LVA Paul and Ledwell, they're probably in that category where they like arguing and talking about Feast of Nonsense. Yeah, just like we've been discussing today. They want the argument. So initially, they'll sort of prefer that sort of book than the true book, which isn't out yet. So you couldn't make a decision whether to recommend it or not if you've not read it, Paul. But this book, Nathan's book, which hasn't been released yet, gets rid of all the Feast of Nonsense. There is no argument. You need to wake up and catch up with the not flat earth debate, because there is no debate. There's no argument, right? It's all about measurements, and that's what Nathan's book will be about. So get with it and catch up.
Indeed. Any more for any more? No. With that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Lighting it.
Good show. I can't wait to do the other
Yes.
10. Next 10, I should say.
Yeah, they're developing
Yeah,
good
they're
shows,
good,
I'll
aren't they?
tell you that.
They are good. They are good, some of them. But like you say, a lot of them are in the same space. But it does show you how much time is wasted talking about the place called space, which doesn't exist.
Or the Feast of Nonsense
And it's
in
got
general.
nothing to do with a measurement. But how many? But people are still wanting to do that. unbelievable.
How do you measure that gas pressure anyway? When you say you can't have gas pressure without containment, how would you be measuring that?
Well, you do start at, I think it's a place called sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level. That's the starting point for pressure on Earth, 14.7 psi, pounds per square inch. That's a square and it's an inch, and that's a linear distance taken from the horizontal reference plane at 0 degrees, called sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level.
So that was a flat Earth. The way you just highlighted that. Why wasn't that being done years ago? Instead, we were trying to debunk a globe. Like, how do you have gas pressure without a container? Oh, and the globe says we're next to a vacuum. So you see how we progressed, right?
Yeah. Moon is referenced in the almanac for celestial navigation. Navigators love it because it is visible in the daytime. Sometimes you can use it for that. And you've got its GP position, get its elevation angle. It helps to work out where you are on the surface of Earth. That's all you need to know about the moon. I mean, you can talk about other things, which Daddy spoke about, and about crop cycles maybe, and there is some talk about that. But we're not talking about the measurement of Earth then. That's another topic. You know what I mean?
Oh, you know why they call lunatics, right? It's got to do with the moon, and the elite know something.
Well, yeah, the lunatics are on the grass.
And that grass is at ground level, not in the sky, right?
So a lot of the stuff and questions now. That's why I like to highlight on the points Daddy's mentioned. That we did spend a lot of time talking about this. Or a lot of flat earthers would start talking about how we can see the fly on the screen inside the space station, and there's a drop of water coming down his goggles. So that proves space is fake, and it must have been staged in a pool or on green screen or something, where, like Nathan's highlighted several times today, it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Yeah, if there was an area of space, the gas would fill it. The gas would. If the astronauts are entering that space, the gas would. Because there isn't a space. Breaking up a little bit, sorry.
Yeah, your mic's not great this end either. I'm going to see if I can get AI to draw an image of the Feast of Nonsense. See how it gets on.
Sounded like he was on his way to the moon one deck.
Oh my god. Got loads of people back in Discord again. As soon as we finish, seems to be a load of people that piled in. Sorry, go ahead, one day.
No, I was just singing, mate. Fly me to the moon.
Thanks,
Yes,
Sinatra.
Nathan, I've noticed all the people in Discord lately. That's a good thing.
Okay.
I want the people in Discord to start getting more involved with the conversations. Doesn't matter what you say, what you think we'll say about what you say, or Nathan will say what you say. Just say what you say. Say what you see. Say what you think.
Yeah. Hello.
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 Is it me you're looking for?
North, side, south.
Who said hello?
That was me,
Christian.
Cincinnati.
I think this is the best thumbnail I've ever produced.
I agree. You got Kevin Bacon in the house. Kevin Bacon's in the Discord server. What's up, Kevin?
It's just cut loose.
Kevin. Yeah.
Take off your Sunday shoes.
Yes.
We got Mikey in the house. Mikey's the one that put those little shorts out of you being the author.
Yeah, thank you for that. As I was saying to Neil and the panel that I don't have to justify any of this. It's obvious for anyone with a brain. And then you'd produce some videos because I was being demanded to release tapes or some shit. I'm like, there's 2,500 tapes of what produced housekeeping. That's this show and me saying them day after day after day after day because I'm so lazy in that. In other words, there's no need for me to address any of this shit. It's obvious to anybody who's been watching. And then you trimmed out a load of clips of me being asked how I wanted it phrased as the author in the second book. You're like, what the fuck? Obvious inconsistency with the narrative that's being put out by a couple of thieving gaslighters. And you were there like Johnny on the spot making my point for me. So I really do appreciate that, Mikey, if you're listening.
The situation's a bit like flat earth measurements. You can't alter what it is. It's always been that way.
Hold on one deck.
Always will be that way. Fact of the matter is. Come on,
I think Mikey's trying to speak.
Yeah, I put mate a couple of months ago when it all kicked off. I mean, the little dig at QE at the time, but no problem. I just don't like seeing people being wrong, that's all. And they were definitely wrong in you at the time.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good man.
It wasn't only wrong, right? It's wrong, but then, the London Misfit Toy 2.3 are taking it one step too far. Are they not happy with what they've done already? The thieving that they've carried out already. Now they've got to, start, putting people down. I mean, it's just pure narcissistic behaviour in that London.
It's called
Misfit
victim
Toys
blaming.
2.3.
It's called victim blaming. If you're going to have a victim saying he's done this wrong, well, the best defense is to attack the victim and claim that they've done what you've done. So they project onto the victim that exact thing that they've done. So when it came back a couple of days ago, you're being accused of getting away with stealing their material. You're like, shocking. So me, the victim of theft, who's not produced anything yet, no book has come out from me, I'm being accused of stealing from them. Is that correct? Yes. Delivered perfectly by a flying monkey who has been gaslit.
Yeah, we got accused of releasing some PDFs with their horrible book. And they also were saying that you almost got away with stealing their material. Or QE was too sharp for you.
What a gaslighting, lying, narcissistic clown. I'm done.
Very narcissistic, but he's, very, very narcissistic.
Yeah, but it's all right in Global Earth Terminator. It's all right there. Everything I have there is copyright. You see? I got copyright, United States of America. And yeah, so there's no problem if I'm doing that. I mean, I asked Nathan, if I help you, can we be co-authors? And Nathan said yes. Haven't heard that, have you?
In a fantasy world. Yeah. Narcs making shit up as they go along. Like in his world, that's what's happened.
Yeah. Yeah, he's damaged, mate. He's damaged material. And it's all coming up now to the surface. Sorry. The surface of sea level. We're seeing him for what he really is. And I've said it, and Nathan has studied this and knows more about this than me, but when I started studying narcissism, not for anything to do with this arena, I started thinking there's a lot of people in this arena who have got narcissistic traits.
Yeah.
Oh, there is. I was thinking mainly the Globers and the anti-flat earthers, but now it's like the people who thought they were the main people on the globe. Sorry, the flat earth side. The main narcissist. Very, very deceiving. But we know how to deal with narcissists.
Yeah. Bucktooth Billy.
Yeah, it's that same format of replacing so-so stories with so-so stories.
I don't know whether I should call him Bucktooth Billy or General Jerkoff. General Jerkoff gives him a title, so I'm going to stay with Bucktooth Billy.
But he keeps changing his title now.
No. I was calling him General Jerkoff, but I'm saying it's acknowledging him as a general, even though he's a jerkoff. So I think Bucktooth Billy is even better. Oh, I like that thumbnail, Nathan. Nice. That is a good one.
You gave him Quantum Disgracer in the first place, Neil, as well. So
Yeah, Quantum Disgrace is a good one.
Yeah, nice work on that thumbnail, Nathan. Looks great.
Yeah, that's a good thumbnail.
In terms of dealing with narcissists, right, the only advice to give is that you have no contact with them ever again. That's the only way to behave. However, in this particular instance, their theft has become part of my book. It was one of the first things I said, well, at least I've got a good ending to my book. I can describe this betrayal, which is exactly what I did. I wrote a chapter called Betrayal, and it incorporated the various different aspects of people fucking me over the 12 years I've been doing this. That was just the most recent. So they're not special, they're not unique. Typically, I'd have just turned back on them and never mentioned them again and discouraged others from doing it. Politely. But now, because it's part of the narrative, I don't mind talking about it. And yeah, in sincerity, I'm less furious than I will make out on the show. That is done for dramatic effect. Because I'm over it. It happened 8 months ago. And I'm about to release my own book. I'm full of delight. But I can summon the disdain I had 8 months ago by reflection when other people are experiencing the same disappointment in people that they trusted. And watching gaslighting occur, lies and deceit, victim blaming. You're like, oh, right, so you're going to go through the full repertoire of the Narcissist's Handbook, are you? Well, that's very useful. Maybe I'll write another book about just this. Because every element of narcissistic endeavour has been demonstrated by these two thieving bastards. So you're like, okay, great. You're just a useful example of how narcissists behave. Yeah, you'll steal and then you'll accuse your victim of stealing from you.
I was thinking about something. The book was supposed to be about the flat earth debate and housekeeping questions, right? It's what took place over the course of many years. And for many years, you were getting up and starting a show every day, not once a week, every day, right? In the beginning, I think you had 2 shows a day, right? So you really didn't have to say a word at all. You've already done the work. So I don't really know what angle they're trying to come in at, but everybody knows. Anybody that could freaking understand that 1 + 1 = 2 can figure this out.
Not if you're being love bombed. That's the reality.
yeah, but there's still folks with discernment that he's full of crap in that camp over there. And we move forward.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, you got folks like Flatsy and Chocolate and Sasha and stuff like that. In Love Bomb. I can just stop it on deck.
And now Roger Ledwell.
Oh, yeah, you got to give me the down low. So what? Now, he's now on the Traders camp and
Go
been
to
love bombed, or
go to told him Master B. I put something in there at the 1 hour, 52 minute, and 30-second mark. You will hear Roger Ledwell and LVA Paul. Yes, he's on the shit list now.
Another heartbreaker. God, I enjoyed actually my conversations and back and forth with Roger. That's a heartbreaker.
But it reminds me of, though, now this situation with the LVA Paul and the Roger Ledwell Flat Earthers that have been on Nathan's show, and apparently Paul was helping Nathan out. It's reminding me of the way they're behaving is like they can't accept. They can't. I've got something in my mind that just pops in, but I can't get it out. They can't accept what we're doing or what we're pointing out. Yeah, the flat earthers, apparently, are they? And they can't accept it's just come down to a measurement. So they're fighting against that, and the only way they can fight it to the rebelling against Nathan, they're rebelling against us, because their belief system, like a Glober's belief system, when it's challenged, they just go into like this extraordinary psychological dilemma and come out with all sorts of nonsense. They're going through a similar thing, even though they're claiming to be flat earthers. They're doing what Globers do when their religious belief is challenged. But we're just offering them the truth and a silver bullet, but they can't handle it for some reason. So they're rebelling against it.
So you're saying because they still want to be in the argument, so they're going to brace against Nathan, even if it means lining up with two thieving bastards and a couple of gullible idiots that got their name in a book.
Yep, definitely. It's globe behavior. It's a religious belief, like challenge behavior. And they're going through this psychological dilemma, same as the Globers go through when we point out Eratosthenes measured Earth flat and so did Alberuni, and sea levels level. We're pointing the same things out to them, and they're not ready for it yet. So they're rebelling against us, who are offering the silver bullet truth.
Yeah, that's the thing. You want to stay in the mire with the swine, continuing to argue, and to actually be removed from the swine. You want to keep getting entangled and roll around with the pigs by arguing when there's nothing to argue about. The Earth's measured flat. The Earth's flat.
Yeah, but it's like the two books: red book, blue book. Which book do you want? Yeah, like the Matrix situation. There's a red book, there's a blue book. One will give you the truth, one will keep you entangled in the argument. Yeah, I'm good at that. I really like that.
Not only keep you entangled, they'll give you all the answers. If somebody brings up gas pressure out of container, boom, chapter 4, whatever chapter they put it in. When somebody talks to you about how they see too far, we have it all right here.
Not saying do it. I mean, obviously, F Daddy's put the list together. I mean, you could. I'm not suggesting anything, but like, any book chapter, what the chapter's called, you could just, point out how that is irrelevant to any measurement. I'm not suggesting we go through Nathan's first book and do that, but I did like the red pill, blue pill example I just gave. I was impressed with that. I impressed myself there. Might have to write a song about that.
I think it's good. I don't even think you need to make the reference between the red and blue versus book 1, book 2. Just red and blue versus the Feast of Nonsense versus the truth.
Yeah.
This thumbnail is sort of like a Sgt. Pepper's album cover. I like it.
Oh, I used to. I still do. I love that. One of my favourite albums, that Sgt. Pepper. Love that album.
Well, there's so many things on the cover. Like I mean, it's insane when you really look at that cover.
It's a bit trippy, isn't it?
It's a bit kind of feast of nonsense.
Yep.
Illuminati, Mason stuff. Aleister Crowley's in there and all
Yep.
kinds of stuff.
And don't forget, you got the guitar shaped like a P, and it only has 3 strings on it because there are only 3 Beatles. Because in it says, if you put a mirror on the bass drum, it says 1 he dies. And of course, Paul died in a car accident. Feast of nonsense.
You mentioned 3 twice then, which equals 33, mate. You Masonic satanic occultist.
That's me.
What's crazy is that allegedly, when that album was put together, all of that stuff had to be stripped in by hand, allegedly. I mean, this is way before even I was a photographer. And there was no Photoshop for sure. And all that kind of stuff was all supposedly, hand stripped in and multi-layered and many different images put together, lots of different ways to put all that together. And it really does make me question now how long we've really had computer generated imagery before it was released to us.
I don't really want to stop the show, but I thought you might like to know there's a singer going to sing a song.
And you want to sing along. So let me introduce to you.
The one and only Billy Shears.
No, Billy's here. William Campbell, Paul's double, also known as Billy.
Yeah, they leaned right into that. There's a reason why they never denied it, the whole Paul is dead thing. Because it sells records, doesn't it?
Yep. Absolutely. They were very smart with that. They used things at the end of Strawberry Fields. Is he saying cranberry sauce? I buried Paul. Or I'm very tall. But it sold records and they knew it.
There's a reason David Weiss leans into the Feast of Nonsense. It sells apps.
Yeah, it does. And doing what we do has the opposite effect, right? We alienate absolutely everyone around us. When there's a controlled opposition narrative that's been put in place that everyone's been trained on, they want to stick to that, especially when it's profitable. If you're engaged in the Feast of Nonsense, there's a good chance you'll be enjoyed and revered and promoted by the people around you who find it an interesting folly. When you cut the legs off a so-called half-hour discussion that could take place by just saying, stop, you've just used flat earth prerequisite distance measurements that are linear. What's that? They're not linear. Okay, well, how will you apply them to your derivation from a linear measurement then? Oh, you can't. So they're linear then? Yes. Okay, so Earth's being measured flat in miles. That's the end of this discussion. It's the second attempt. Are we just going to spend this entire half an hour with you dodging how dead this argument is because you want to use miles without me acknowledging how flat they are? Is that what you want to do? You do? Oh, and you despise me for it? Yeah, it's a struggle. The truth is never an easy sell.
I think what's going to happen is, like you say, the Feast of Nonsense people, this is what most people are still wanting. A few of us to start with, are falling into the new era of things. And I think this will be a gradual process now. And eventually, when everybody starts cutting on, and it's good, we still continue with the videos with the map company, the points that Daddy's making, and we can still do more of them, and giving both examples when we go through them. On some of the examples, we can straight away pick up on the flat earth prerequisites that we've probably missed in the early days, and also explain that, yeah, this is what, for some reason, this is what we was arguing about and wasting a lot of time about an argument that's not an argument. And the more you do that, and we do that, the more people will latch on. It's like anything, isn't it? We've said it in the early days with the hashtag housekeeping questions. The more things you repeat things and say things, which is truthful, then the more people will latch on. It may take a little bit of time. You know, we just, for example, LVA Paul. Sorry,
they're not the target audience, right? The people who will latch onto this information are the people who rejected heliocentrism, not in the sense that they didn't want to be on a ball. They were accepting of that. They just rejected the notion that they needed to study pseudo-Riemannian bent space-time geometry, gravity, sphericity, derivations of radial values in orbital motion. They didn't study any of that because they saw it as too cognitively expensive and relied upon others that they saw to be the Sheldon characters of the world, the fart-sniffing, boring, unfuckable dweebs that will research string theory because it's oh so beneficial. Well, those people, because of their disinterest, that's to say their lack of interest based on high cognition expense, will translate into an ease into a really simplistic explanation of a flat earth measurement. When it is so easy to just stop somebody who's, if they've come to the forum and gone, right, I'm bracing myself for a complex discussion about Earth's sphericity and how in contrast this guy says it's not true. And then the guy who says it's not true or is believed to have led that path, or future tense, be going to be leading that path, says, stop, you've just used a flat earth measurement and there's no getting away from it. You can't derive 8 inches per mile squared unless the miles are flat and you're using them. So that's the end of this discussion. Either you accept that you've got flat earth measurements to base your assumption that we've got a derivative squared function from them, or you don't. If you do, that's the end of the discussion. Earth's measured flat. If you don't, then we've got no discussion to have. So there's either discuss it along the pretext of the Earth measurement, which is flat, in which case any normie watching it is suddenly like, whoa, that wasn't complicated. Just the measurements are in miles and are flat. That's correct. Yes, it's not complicated at all. Earth's just measured flat. It's very basic. You as a normie who didn't want to invest heavily in heliocentrism can now recognise the awful truth of the situation, which is it's exactly as measured. And that's just flat. And it isn't complicated. It's been made complicated to steer you away from it so you can hold an interest in a subject that you haven't studied. That's heliocentrism. And assume that others have invested their time well in this valuable information. It isn't. It's only there to brainwash you into sphericity, and the sphericity is derived from flat earth measurements. Once you understand the flat earth measurements, there's no further research required. That will appeal to the lazy normie, not the Sheldon types with a Batman logo on their t-shirt. They want to believe in something complex and lord it over next man. The Sheldon character, every single anti-flat earther who opposes us, want to lord it over us. Look how much more until you stupid flat earther. This is how most of them open their sentences. You just don't understand is the most repeated phrase I've ever heard in the last 10 years. Don't I? You don't even know me. But I don't understand. Oh, what you mean is, translation, you're intellectually superior to me. Oh, right. So you've got low self-worth. You need to broadcast how smart you are. Yeah, because you're that unfuckable Sheldon character with a Batman logo who's telling himself that you're fighting for truth and justice in the American way. With your string theory that's useless to anybody. Doesn't actually have any practical application. Your bent pseudo-geometry isn't offering any assistance to anybody for anything. Who's off mute?
Hey, sorry.
Your average Joe is not like the Sheldon character in Big Bang. They're not fart-sniffing, pseudo-Riemannian geometry-loving, string theory proponents. They're just normies. They've ignored the expense of heliocentrism, and they will soak up the ease of understanding how flat Earth can be measured, and is measured, and is required to be measured for a heliocentric belief. Before you can have your complex heliocentric belief, you need to understand how flat Earth must be measured to achieve it. Once you've understood how flat Earth is, to then not require branching into heliocentrism at all, you can walk away and get on with your day. That appeals to normies. It does not appeal to 99% of the people in the flat earth versus globe earth debate arena. Most of them are actually put off by it. Now, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. We've been talking about climbing out the shitty pond for the last year and a half, 2 years. Now is our opportunity. Okay, you want to argue. You're telling me you don't like me because I end the argument too quick. I have heard that dozens of times in the last 6 months. Dozens. You don't like me because I end the argument. You're the same person that said you wanted a silver bullet. Oh, I didn't concentrate on the main bit of that statement. You want it. You want to own the silver bullet. Doesn't mean you want to necessarily use it, but you want to threaten people with it. Show them how shiny it is and how important you are to be in possession of it. You don't actually want to wake up the world. You want to tell everyone how smart you are. Yeah, fuck off. I'm sick of these wankers. We're surrounded by them.
So according to, hold on. So according to this LVA Paul character, Nathan's story does not hold up to any scrutiny. Sorry, but that's just how it is. I formed my view after listening to Nathan. My view did not change after listening to Adam and QE. Like I say, stay over there.
What story? What's he babbling about?
That's what I said. Nathan doesn't need a story to be scrutinized. It's about flat earth debate.
It's going to get worse as the teeter-totter starts moving towards the actual tipping point. And when that happens, we'll only know it a little bit after it happens. I think. We'll go, oh, that really happened about a month ago. And yeah. Here's an example of what Nathan was talking about that I just used recently in a discussion with fellow homeschoolers. I moderate and own a statewide homeschool discussion network. And on another Facebook group that tolerates conspiracies. In fact, it's all about conspiracies. And I've been on there discussing how much flat earth isn't a conspiracy on this group. But so someone asked that they're homeschooling and they have curricula that, talks about space and all that stuff and heliocentrism. And is there any curricula out there that counters the, heliocentric stuff? So she can teach her kids, flat earth. Is there flat earth curricula out there? And I thought about it a second. And not too long ago, I would have suggested sites that were, sniffers. But I told her that, what you need to teach your kids is something useful, something productive, and something that is helpful. And if you think about it, all of heliocentrism, all of their claims, millions of light years, blah, 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 everything about it is not useful in everyday life. But what is useful are things like celestial navigation, mapping, orienting, measuring stuff. As a farmer, my big example is if you want to find out how tall a tree is, so when you cut it down, it doesn't hit the barn, you use an elevation angle and use a little trig. And with celestial navigation, one of the greatest, coolest things I recommend to homeschoolers is, what? If you do an elevation angle to Polaris, you can find out where your latitude is. Anyone can do it. You do it, and it's like, ooh, that's cool. Well, let's look up where latitude is. How do we get latitude? And just go from there. You don't need to study and bone up on all that cognitive stuff Nathan was talking about on anything unless it's useful to you. And man, once it's useful, then you want to learn everything about it, and you learn about it naturally. You don't need a textbook or a curricula package or a teacher or, tutor to specifically teach you this stuff. You just need, once you want to find out about something and it's useful, then you soak it all up. The kids soak it all up. You don't need to purposely counter the evil heliocentric teaching, the lies, told them to find somebody that owns a boat and knows how to use a sextant and say, hey, tell us about how you do this. And your kindergartner all the way up through your high schooler kid will learn something different about it and will learn something useful, and some of it'll stick. Those type of people that I talk to and are just trying to show how we usefully use measurements of Earth, I'm not reaching them to tell them the truth of flat Earth, just to point out that we've always measured it this way. This is how you do it. And they'll figure it out eventually as they reject. That's what I liked about what you were saying, Nathan, is that as they reject the cognitive heavy lifting that it takes to learn all that ninja stuff that I've had to totally throw away and not become the teacher, just become the guide. So that's my example. I'm glad this list is doing well. It is. I did not come up with it. I don't claim it. I just happened to see it. God puts me in places.
Hold on a second.
Stuff, and it's like, wow.
Trying to hear. 1 second. What'd you get, Clover?
A ginormous Halloween bluey.
A ginormous Halloween bluey. Fantastic.
This idiot is saying, who wrote and formatted the manuscript? Adam did. He's an idiot. Yeah, like I say, just stay over there, Paul, please. He thinks he's
Hold on a second.
intellectual. You know
Did
that,
I hear
right?
that correctly? Who formatted the manuscript was the question. Oh, well, then my wife's the author then, isn't she? She took over their job and did all of that instead of Adam and QE. She's not a thieving bastard, though, is she? So she's not suggesting that having done the typing, she becomes the author. But that's their justification. Yes, see, and they hang themselves with their own words. So stenography means you're the author. That's the standard. If stenography, then authorship. That's basically what they've just described to this justification. I formatted the... Yeah. You were entrusted with the Word document that you stole. That's correct.
I am sure Nathan believes his own tale. It's just not true. This guy's a freaking moron. I'm going to block him because he's really pissing me the fuck off.
Who's this? Paul?
All right. Yeah, LVA Paul. He doesn't realize Adam
Why has he become a
cannot
wanker? I
stand
don't
him.
get it. Why has this guy decided to be a wanker?
I don't know. He doesn't realize that Adam cannot stand him, said he was a shill, turned the whole panel against him, right? Brian cannot stand him at all. So go over there, ask him these questions. What happened to... First of all, I never said that I was using... What happened to bringing people to Jesus through flat earth? Can you honestly say you're doing that right now? I never said that was the... This guy's in delusional world. You know what? What's his name? Told me a little bit about him, that he suffers mental problems. One of your patrons, Michael Kahn, said this guy will pop back up and won't be around for a year, and then he'll pop in again because he has mental issues.
The internet will do that to you.
I just don't get it. I mean, the guy was offering his generosity for the show when the computer broke a couple of years, maybe 3 years ago. And you're like, okay, well, that's very generous of you, very kind indeed. Now, it happened to be the case that that computer he recommended was a complete pain in the arse and ended up having all the components in it changed. But why would want to now turn around and become a complete wanker and start suggesting that my story doesn't make sense? What story? There is no story. I created a book and then it got stolen. You're saying that is a story that doesn't make sense? No, I was creating a book. Everybody around me is acutely aware of my authorship of a book. It's taken 2 or 3 years to produce it, and I've been offered help with it, and I've published dozens of videos of the production process. Okay, so that's, if you want to say I've got a story, my story. I was creating a book. That book was retained by 2 of the people who were helping me with it. Now, somebody explain where that is, A, anything other than just an account of what happened, and B, in any way not the case. So let's go with the first bit. Was there ever a stage that I wasn't producing a book in the last 3 years?
No.
Was I offered help with it by Adam and Quantum Eraser?
Yes, when it was ready to be released, they stopped it.
Did they retain what they helped with, based on the fact that they offered so much help with it that it's now theirs?
Yes.
So where's this in any way up for this total wanker named Paul to suggest that my story doesn't make sense? No, it's not a story. It's an account of the facts that have been published. Like, audiences have watched me in the production process of my book for my benefit. They've subsequently seen the 2 people who offered help with it publish a book with the same fucking material. What part of this is me making up a story? It just beggars belief. It infuriates me that someone like Paul, who comes bearing gifts, why are you, Greek? Was it a Trojan horse? Is that what this computer was, a Trojan horse? I don't get it. Why? Why be such a wanker? That's not rhetorical. I'd like to know. What possesses somebody to behave like that? Like,
well,
it is the equivalent of saying, yes, husband who beats the shit out of his woman, she had it coming. I've listened to her version of events and she definitely deserved the black eye. That's what he's doing. I just don't get it.
So he says, FED is Nathan's platform, but he does not own everything said or submitted on the lives or recorded panels.
Yeah, I do. That's exactly what it means. Paul, you dumb fuck. You retard dropped on your head with mental issues, according to what I'm hearing on the grapevine. No, that's absolutely what it means. Yeah, this is my material. This discussion. I own it. You fucking retard. Yeah? That's what it means to publish. Publish and be damned. It works both ways. If something comes on this platform that is illegal, I suffer the consequences. That is to say, when someone comes on and I own what is being put out and they play pornography, is it the case that I can turn around and go, well, it's not mine, really? No, you dumb fucking retard. I not only reap the rewards of what I publish on my platform, I also have to suffer the consequences when things go awry. I have to take ownership. That means I fucking own it in both instances, good or bad. So yeah, when it comes out of this fucking channel, it's mine, you clown. People are thick as shit. How the fuck would this guy know? excuse me, man with 15 years experience on YouTube versus wanker who lives with his parents. How many fucking YouTube channels have you had, Paul? Why have you got an opinion on this, you retard? Oh, because you've decided that you don't like me now, so you're going to start being a cunt. Yeah, what a shock. No wonder no one fucking likes you.
He did the same thing to Paula. He started a channel with Paula, Bible U, and then just flipped on her with the freaking Mandela effect thing. Yeah. He's had an issue with you. There's something elusive about this guy, and he's got an agenda, right? Because that phone call way back that Adam got pissed off, and his problem was he said that Nathan's the problem with FED. That's when I started to move away from him. Because that whole thing that happened with Rachie.
Nathan's the problem with FED. I am FED, you dumb shit.
Exactly. That's what I said. I said, you're out of your mind. I said, it's Nathan's show. He is FED. What the hell are you talking about? So, I don't know, Nathan. He's got an issue with you. I don't know why he came bearing gifts. Maybe it's to get in the inside, you know? I don't know. The guy's a psychopath.
I don't know about that. I mean, the guy's puzzling. I wouldn't go as far as giving him narcissistic attributions.
Well, he thinks he's an intellectual on everything. If you listen to him talking, he thinks he knows everything about everything. And for some reason, he has come to the conclusion that they're in the right and you're in the wrong. So
I don't give a crap.
Go figure.
Whatever. I'd give more of a shit if they'd produced wonderful work. Then it would be heartbreaking. It's not. It's garbage. And when people are like, you said it was good. I'm like, sorry, let me get this straight. You're now going to defend that which an entire YouTube community is built up around taking the piss out of. Women hitting the wall and going out with deadbeat men. Becoming spinsters and chewing through their youth. You're telling me that literal subject matter that there is an entire YouTube community taking the piss out of, that's their opener. That's the first bit they talk about. You want to tell me that's wonderful? Okay, fine, no problem, if that's what you believe. And now I am going to turn around and say, no, hand on heart, it's shite. It's built on the stolen carcass of my 5th draft, and they've turned it to shit. So I'm not that concerned. It's not going to do well. Most people will go, let's have a read of this. My name's Betty and I can't hold down a decent man. I went out with a deadbeat who dumped me. People are going to read that and go, I could watch Taylor the Fiend.
So they stole that too?
No, Neil, I'm not a spinster who's hit the wall with cobwebs in my vagina. No, that's not me.
No, I said, you're saying that Taylor, what's that show you just said?
Taylor the Fiend.
So what's that show about?
About women hitting the wall at about 30 after using up their youth on deadbeat men that dump them, use them, spit them out wet.
Oh, so, okay, I gotcha.
Most of Taylor the Fiend's videos start by playing a clip of a woman going, I've been used and abused by a deadbeat man who was no good for me, and now here I am without child. That's how most of his videos start. Now, they start that way so he can then launch into taking the piss out of that woman and laughing at her for her idiocy and for her wasting her youth as she hits the wall and finds that no man has any interest in her. Now, that is something, as I say, a YouTube community has been built up around taking the piss out of. Now, the people who thieved my material needed to substitute me in the narrative. So they substituted me in the narrative with that. That which an entire community of YouTubers take the piss out of. I am not joking. So when people say, well, you were saying it was good when it was about you. Yeah, then it became about a spinster and essentially the subject matter of an entire YouTube community to take the piss out of. Yeah, I think I'm justified in calling it shite.
So they did steal the freaking. They did steal that. They couldn't even come up with an original opener. They stole it off a guy that has a show about things like that.
I don't think they went out of their way to steal Taylor the Fiend's opening. I think, like most women who hit the wall, they'll have heard a story and went, I can steal that. That's it. Oh, well, we need a person for this narrative to build around in a very weak, thin veneer that masks that it's me as the original orator, and it's been turned into Betty. So, well, what's Betty got going on? Is she hugely influential in the world of Flat Earth? No, she was getting rode hard and put away wet by a quote-unquote deadbeat boyfriend. That's their opener. They needed something, so they used and abused a woman who's hit the wall and made that into the opener, superimposing her on top of what they had stolen, which was a story about me and housekeeping. They kept the housekeeping bits, but superimposed Betty, the spinster, and her cobweb fanny used up hitting the wall life in place of me.
It's just an ongoing red herring fallacy and a failed attempt to rewrite history.
Yeah. And it makes no fucking sense. It's an absolute clusterfuck. It's two men writing about themselves from the perspective of a woman. Like, in what fucking world does this make any sense? As these two self-obsessed narcissists praise themselves via the lips of a woman in their own handwriting. Hello? Okay, in their mind, this is probably a work of fucking art. No, it's an absolute clusterfuck. It's a one-star shit show. That's what it is. Now, you don't have to like it. You can tell yourself that it's a wonderful piece of literature all you like. And no, don't get me wrong, there's certain aspects of what's been described and detailed every day on my show by me still shining through. They're called housekeeping questions. Just stolen valor, straight up. Yeah, year after year after year, me plodding away asking the same housekeeping questions over and over and over again. Suddenly it's like, all right, you're going to bring out a book about what you've done over the last 10 years. Well, I joined halfway through and I'm much more important. You gave me a show one day a week. Therefore, I basically created you. That's the attitude to these delusional fucktards who thieved from me. And the people around them, dumb fucks, we like to call them, have been taken in by their gaslighting. And you get people like Flatsy saying, oh, well, he almost got away with stealing from QE. It's wonderful information. Really? Hello? You're expressing in writing your disdain at having understood that we were helping me, that's her, and the editors were helping me with my book. She makes it explicitly clear. What is it, less than 12 months later? Well, basically, Nathan stolen from them. No, love, no, is where you are going to be condemned to hell, my love, because you were bought cheap, because you've had a little bio put in the front of the stolen book about how you're a country singer. That's Flatsy Cline. All right, well, obviously very naive and malleable. Empathic soul that's been manipulated by a couple of narcissists. Used and abused. A bit like Betty has also been used and abused. People like to scam people who've already been scammed. If you confess that you've got a deadbeat boyfriend who used you up and spat you out, then people go, oh, wonderful, you're already half-chewed then. And that is what is happening. The weakest get picked off first, don't they?
Yeah, all it took was a little bit of love bombing for you to demonstrate your dishonor. It's completely pathetic.
Well, that's what the wolves or any animal of prey does when they're hunting. They look for the weak ones, if they're wounded, or the young ones, and those are the ones they prey on because they're easy targets. They're not going to go after a full-grown wildebeest. I mean, if they have to, they will, but they'll grab the lame ones, the ones straggling in the back, the young ones, the newborns.
Yes, and this all it's done is shine a nice big spotlight on the weak. Now we can identify you, can't we? Not necessarily weak in stature, the weak of mind. Good. It's good that you're all choosing to identify yourselves openly. Good. But every time it stings a little bit less. Still a sting, though. Each and every time you're like, wow. Yet another person who's more than happy to watch me get knifed in the back. And praise the person holding the blade. Unbelievable. At least I know now. I just don't get what's in it for someone like Paul. What's in it for him? So he can go and be with people who literally abused him in the past. In the face of you detailing the abuse that he'd suffered. Not like open. Not like in public. Like the weaselly, cowardly, behind your back kind of abuse. Poisoning other people's ear. Oh, what do you know? A pattern that continues. Shocking. But seriously, what's in it for him slagging me off? I don't get it.
Isn't it obvious?
No.
He the neck on with QE and his big buck teeth.
So he's attracted to Bucktooth Billy, huh? Yeah, Adam shit all over him. Adam came, he turned the whole panel against him, poisoned us. He's a shill, right? A whole bunch of other nonsense that he was saying. And I cut him off as soon as he was claiming that Nathan's the problem with Nathan's show. Seemed a little weird to me.
Whatever.
Yep, you get exposed and we move forward.
Oh, here's his last message to me. So I just asked him a few questions. I said, since you know everything, why was Nathan writing a book? Let's see how much you know. I'm waiting. You know what I get? Even though you've been a poor friend to me, I forgive you. I hope you will pray on this and see the truth. God bless you, brother. Don't send any blessings my way. You do not know the Lord. You don't even have a moral compass. You can't even tell right from wrong. You don't even know. You're ignorant to the whole thing. You are trying to tell me, a person that was at every session from beginning to end. I was there when they came and said we can make the book so much better. I was there throughout all the freaking editing processes. And there was never one time when they said, Nathan, you got to put us down as co-authors. There was never the agreement. What QE will say is there was never any agreement. Yes, there was. You came in and said, we'll help you make a better book. Right? We'll help you edit it. We'll help you. It could be so much better. Okay. So that's what we set out to do. QE and Adam took the reins, and we allowed them to take the reins. Okay? Because we trusted them. It was QE and Adam. And then months later, when it was Nathan, what do you say? It was at least 90% done, right?
Yeah, something like that.
It was 90% complete. When there was nothing going on for months because Adam was on vacation, and then he supposedly got robbed, and then he was trying to get a comfy chair to sit in, the whole time procrastinating and never getting back into the editing room. Okay? So then when Nathan, the lazy guy that he is, takes the initiative and, asks for the draft so he can go to work on it, that's when they hit him with the, well, we need to be authors. And that's when they got fired and kicked out. All right? So he's on his show saying that people that are hired get paid, and they weren't paid. Just go listen. When you got a chance, go listen to freaking OVA Paul and Roger Ledwell. I put it right in Masterby there. This guy's clueless. He has no clue what happened, but he wants to be the one that makes the decision on who's right and who's wrong. You're a freaking idiot.
I mean, everybody's their own arbiter of who's right and who's wrong. Obviously, you can choose to decide whatever you like. Believe what you will, and it won't change the facts of the matter. Like I say, in my circumstances, I don't feel that there's any need to justify the actual reality of the circumstances. Like, what's the book about? FED and housekeeping? Where did FED and housekeeping take place? Here, on the Nathan Oakley 1980 channel and Nathan Oakley channel. That's where. Okay. And what have you decided to do off the back of developing that for 10 or 12 years? Write a book about it. All right. And how well did you get on with that? Well, I produced it to the point where it was ready to be released, and then I was offered help by 2 thieving cunts. That's the long and short of the story. Well, what happened after the thieving cunts offered their assistance? They stole it. Really? Yeah. And then subsequently published it and suggested that I'd tried to steal it from them. Victim blaming after stealing. That's the long and short of the story. Then other wankers come along and say, oh, well, I actually don't trust Nathan's version of events. By version of events, you mean 2,500 housekeeping renditions on this channel? Is that what you mean by you don't trust the 25 renditions of me spewing them out day after day after day after day, keeping the door open for people to come in and discuss them? I see. Why would I give a fuck about you? You're a fucking nobody. But nobody's entitled to his opinion. I mean, check it out. You've got the dizzying heights of us discussing it for about 20 minutes before you've forgotten about it completely again.
You know what it is, Nathan? It's it's troubling because it's to me it's black and white. I mean, it's just so obvious. But it's like, to me, it seems like that they have the ability to change history, and people are buying it. It's like, is everybody? Am I in Bizarro world?
No, that's gaslighting. The history of the lights getting turned off. No, they were left on by you. No, I definitely turned them off. I'm not wasting the gas. No, you are wasting the gas. You keep leaving the lights on. No, I turned them off. No, you didn't. Yeah, rewriting history, aka gaslighting. That's not how it happened. The lights were turned off. That's not how it happened. We were writing a second book in your paid company space on your time when you were really poor, struggling to get a book out to earn money with. We were in there writing our book. Don't you remember? Yeah, gaslighting. The thing is, it does work to a certain extent. Some people's brains can be rewritten. If it wasn't the case, the heliocentric globe Earth would not exist. People are malleable, easily deceived, taken in by gaslighters, deceived by thieves. That's happening all day, every day, everywhere. The difference is we're in a very small pond with a very small reach here on this show now. Their pond is even smaller than our pond. So how much should we give a shit? Very little. Why do I still talk about it, you might say? Well, you seem hypocritical. If your suggestion is no contact ever again, narcissists, gaslighting, blah, 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 why talk about it? Oh, because it's part of one of the chapters of the book that's about to come out. This is just the manure heap that it grew out of. Part of the material includes being stolen from because people value the information developed on a show called Flat Earth Debate for 12 years so highly that they'll offer to help you edit the work that's already produced and ready to be delivered to a public so that they can steal it and take valor for themselves. Yes, that's how valuable this information is. So this dung heap that we're currently discussing with other people who are stupid enough to be gaslit by the thieves is part of the story now. They go, yeah, that's what it's like. People value the flat earth information that highly. Yeah. Is it worth that much? I would say no, personally. I'd say on the contrary. A lot of the book is based around decrying some of the processes that led us to the conclusion that Earth is measured flat. Now that is unique to my book, but it's only for the dung heap that it grew out of that we have this fantastic information to be able to peddle to a different audience. Not necessarily the gaslit audience that wants to believe that I stole my own material or whatever shite's currently being peddled. I don't really care. Like I say, I'm only pleased that they're identifiable in this little group. There's a very bright light shined on us internally anyway. So when people stand up and go, I'm going to be counted for the gaslighting version of events, please. You go, good. Stand over there, away from us. But that's my intention moving forward, is to develop us into a different arena. reach a different audience. That'll be my only intention, to go out to reach normies with a different message, a message that's not normally peddled and isn't peddled in any existing material, including and not limited to material that I originally wrote and was stolen from me.
See, he doesn't realize I am being a friend to him by enlightening him and letting him know what actually went down. Right? You don't know. You weren't here. I was, so I'm telling you what happened. So I am being a friend to you. I'm trying to steer you away from freaking thieves and show you that this is what happened. I was there. So were many others. If you look at it, everybody that was there made the proper decision except for Adam, and he was the one that was editing, and Brian, and he had his own issues. Flatsy was there for punctuation, and she wasn't part of the panel anyway. So most of the panel, I'd say 90% of the panel, actually 99% of the panel, stood here because they knew what went down. It's very simple. So I am being a friend to you, Paul. Because if he'd done it to Nathan, he'll do it to you.
Yeah, release the tapes. What the hell? Just with your faint cry and pathetic inept cry? You mean the 2,538 shows that have been recorded that are evident? What happened? Dealing with fools, and it's just blessed to be exposing them, and then we move forward and shake the dust off our feet.
So how come Discord is so ramajammer after we finish the live show? I don't really get it. There's loads of people in there. Zero
The
response.
shows have been really good, Nathan. What do you mean?
Oh, it's a voice chat. Ramajammer, I mean, it's not, I'm sure it could take more people, but it's as full as it needs to be. It's overflowing my screen. And yet,
All
hardly
right.
anybody's chatting
Here's
from
the
there.
thing. Okay, the reason why, maybe they like the show and they realize that I could listen to the Uncut and After Show if I'm on Discord. That's something I can't do if I'm on YouTube.
But I only run the Uncut and After Show to invite people who are a bit shy to talk when we're not live. That's the main purpose of it. We're only here now to keep the doorway open for that one random guy that wants to discuss the subject but doesn't really want to necessarily do it on a live show.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I got you. Alpha Murphy 72. You've been here for a while now. I've not put you in other rooms. I said I'll just leave them there. So what do you got to say? You've been here every day. I mean, give us a little feedback. Nothing? Wifey's probably saying, do not open that mic. You remember what happened last time when you did. And I warned you back then, but you did it anyway. You know I'm right, Nathan.
I wasn't trying to pick on Alpha Murphy.
No, I was.
Okay.
But last time he opened his mic, like he had a question, right?
No, I can't
About
remember
how
what it was about.
the sun didn't line up in Antarctica or something. It was something to that effect.
It was about Antarctica. Really? Was it? I don't remember.
Yeah, something about Antarctica and the sun being in the wrong position, something like that. And he started out with flat Earth measurements and wanted to continue on.
I thought he was talking about South. I thought it was another one with the compass.
Yeah, we brought it to the compass, but it started with an observation on Antarctica. the final experiment thing.
Not an experiment.
Yeah, they call it. So people have renamed it the final excrement, whatever, the final expose.
The final excrement. The final dump.
Yep.
Yeah, Dee Dee and I gave it that name at first.
That's superb.
Meanwhile, it's the flat Earth measurements in Antarctica.
Yeah, the flat Earth measurements that they all leaned into, that converted Jaron, as we talked about him on today's show, converted him back to sphericity, also based on flat Earth measurements. Yeah, what never ceases to surprise me is, now, as the standard rises here, right, you'd think that the people who are presenting themselves as flat earthers would be delighted every step of advancement. But instead, it's quite the contrary. Every advancement that we make is met with skepticism and ridicule from the people who are purporting to be on our own side. It's bizarre. There can't be many communities that are like that, where when the community gets what they're suggesting they want, in this case flat earth evidence, that they're dissatisfied with the result, moaning about the result. What other communities are there that are like that? Not many, I would
Not
imagine.
many.
Say again?
I
was
said
gonna
not
say-
many.
I was going to say the guitar community is like that. They just made a video. Well, one of these YouTubers made a video calling these type of people flat Earth guitarists. There's something I want to send to you, but it was kind of long.
Super. If you can pick out some relevant timestamps for it, if you know where those specific bits get measured. But what you're suggesting is, when people have talent with a guitar, they don't want to praise someone else of equal talent. They want to condemn them.
Well, it's more to do with the guitar itself than like the actual artistry.
Oh, of producing a physical guitar, you mean?
Right.
Not necessarily playing it.
Yeah, they want to know where the sound's coming from, and a lot of these people have this mentality that it's coming, it's coming from some pseudo scientific place that we just don't know where it is, where you can, it's wood and metal, you can just put it together and this is what it sounds like, and
there's all the wankers who think there's tone wood.
That's the conversation. Yep.
I watched one guy who strung up a guitar on his desk, like between his workbench and his desk. So it was like there was nothing in between it, basically. And he showed that the main thing that actually changed the tone of the guitar was the action of the guitar, which he could alter on this setup that he had.
Yeah, the actual things that you can measure, it's like, you can measure these things, but broadly speaking, the community believes it's coming from like some, Brazilian grown old wood, stuff like that. It's like, oh, this one has got really good, different tone on it.
Oh, okay. So there's inconsequential to the actual production of the guitar fart sniffers that would suggest that their belief in tone wood makes a difference when there's manufacturers out there actually producing the things, and their production is using expensive woods, and they have bought one and want to justify that it sounds better for it. Am I close?
You're on the money.
Things don't change. Yeah, and most of the time they're not actually producing anything anyway.
Anybody else in Discord?
Yeah, chime in. Say hello.
Well, just before
You know
we
what
do
it
round
is?
that conversation out, then, okay, I didn't expect you to have an immediate comparison. So kudos to you, whoever that was.
Oh, it's Amir. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, superb.
You got another love letter, Neil, in the FED text.
Did I?
Yeah, it's Flatsy and Johnston just sharing their pain.
Oh, I'm banned. You mean the one on which one? Janice or their own? What server?
Jana server.
Oh yeah, I've been kicked out of that server.
Yeah, Migo Weedle.
Oh, they're gonna have a show today, so they're gonna be
reposted.
ripping us apart today.
Oh, yeah. Do you want me to schedule the Land of Misfit Toys 2.0 that I trimmed out?
Yeah.
How many hours from now?
Normally 2 hours and 23 minutes.
2 hours, 20 minutes from now?
Yeah. Normally 1 p.m. time here. In, let's see, 7 your time.
Oh, we're promoting a show? Why?
No, just exposure and then done. I mean, no one cares. Just keep your bloody backstabbing poop nuggets away from us. Other than that, we don't care. And you'll be remembered no more. Just keep your tukuses away from us.
I will be with my lovely wife doing something for her birthday, so I really don't care. But this is something that they're going to have to do forever and ever and ever. Right? They're going to have to because, they have to defend their treachery. So they have to spin it. They have to sell it. They have to try to rewrite history, so they could sucker people like LVA Paul in.
Yeah, that's the way it will be until their flesh is put into the ground.
See, Nathan just have to come out with the book. Hopefully the book will be coming soon. I mean, that'd be great. We could be talking about that every day. That's what I'm waiting for. I gotta sign a few copies because I'm a star.
Yeah, you're starting with Skep, right?
Yeah, my man Skep, he's back. He's back home. He made it back home. He was showing me the price of gas in California. Oh my God. He ain't moving
You
out
better
there.
stop. You're going to need resuscitation. You start going there.
Yeah. So, let them have their little fun. Spin their story the way they want to spin it. One question. Why did you call me? Number one. Why didn't you call anybody else? Why'd you call me?
It's the same old crap, just like with the creepy stalkers you had recently. You know, those fools calling you up and texting you in the wee hours of the morning. It's the same type of individual. And they just get removed from your life.
Cut that shit short real quick. As soon as they tried to freaking justify their treachery, I cut that shit real short. You know, he says, yeah, and he hung up. Bye. If it was bye, then why'd you call me in the first place? And then tell
Well,
a
you know,
lie
you
on
must
top of it and say,
yeah, you must have
he
asked.
let me finish. He wasn't in every session and 1,500 hours they put in. I'd like to, one day Nathan's going to accommodate me and he's going to put the hours together and let me know how many hours they actually put in editing this book. Now that's cutting out all the bullshit in the beginning. QE playing his songs and showing his bows and doing this and doing that. It was one time Nathan just came right in, boom, opened up the book, right, and we started working. And I said to him after that was a nice move, Nathan. They had to get right into it right there. You should do that more often. Now, why'd there have to be like if you know what I'm saying? If they came to help, so help. But then they were dragging it on and dragging it on and dragging it on, which leads me to believe that this was planned right from the beginning. Maybe not both of them, but it was in QE's heart right from the beginning. No question about it.
All right, finishing that part. There's nothing hidden that won't be revealed. Yeah, you know them by their fruits. Yeah, it's delusional. Just like the individuals that I brought up. Well, you must have hanged up on me accidentally, being friends at all. No, I'm not your friend. And in the last example you gave, you backstabbed me. So, yeah, we're not friends. Hello?
So I wonder why they call me. Did they? I'm sure they were trying to persuade me, right? Because why wouldn't you? And then where's Nathan? I tried to get Nathan, but he hung up on me. Told me to F off and hung up on me. Then I find out later that it was the other way around.
Oh dear, you didn't fall for the gaslighting. So, therefore, you're going to rage bait.
I didn't wait for the gaslighting. Told them what they did was wrong.
There was that their failed attempt at it. It was the initiation. You know, the same with Refracted or Elijah at a point too. And then it starts to fall in line with the rest of us. And then, oh dear God, we're now all the bad guys, and we get thrown under the bus as well. Spare me.
So they're going to the only platform they have, which is their own, and Jenna, the dead server. The only reason it was lively was because I was in there the other day, which brought, the drama. But other than that, post here and there, there's nothing going on. They don't even gather together and chat. We went on their show, Nathan, if you remember. You went there and you did a show from there.
Yeah.
From Jenna's server. You've done a show from there once you just opened the server. We had a show from there. That's the guy Berserker. So they've all turned.
Lioness something or other. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, level lioness.
Turned. I don't know. I didn't know they were on my side or not on my side, to be honest. I mean, other than doing a show from their server once. Big wow.
They turned in both ways, the QE side and that, Earth is not measured flat. Stop saying that. Nobody measures Earth flat. Just like I tell ballers that they can't show me any curve measurements. Well, it's the same. If I hold them to it, then I have to be held to the same standard. So tell me, who has measured Earth? Nobody. That's the message I got. So I said, okay, who has measured Earth? Alberuni, Eratosthenes, anybody that freaking is involved in mapping? Anybody that's involved in like making, building tunnels, constructing bridges, anything else? Those that make the highways. Do I have to go on?
Yep, exactly. And keep going on, aviation and celestial navigation and surveying and how we charted the new lands and how we build atop our flat Earth and all the measurements that were done by anyone that did it, measured the Earth flat because it's the antecedent of the horizontal plane in which we dwell atop in order to give you those measurements. Yeah, it's not a debate. It's not some sort of argument or do you agree or disagree or what are your feelings and to affirm a bias. No, they're just measurements. That's just how they're applied and measured in reality. The Earth's measured flat. The Earth's flat.
Oh, nobody's measured Earth. This is what you're getting from flat earthers.
It's more entanglement of the same blob rhetoric. Well, we can take elevation angles from here and there and on top of a hill. But yeah, just same old crap, hand wave dismissing that it's along the ground and how it's actually applied. And, so you don't die in aviation or celestial navigation, getting lost at sea and buildings being structurally sound, with surveying and building and how you charted the lands to get to the lands that, you were not there. Yeah, so you don't die, Get to appreciate
Apparently,
that. That's
the
what you can
elevation
go
angle
forward.
doesn't involve the Earth. If you heard that.
Go ahead, Eli.
You remember Neil Berserker was telling you that the elevation angle doesn't involve the Earth, and the horizon it's imaginary.
Yes,
it's not. That's crazy. I mean,
yeah.
Oh my.
As far as a person goes, yeah, I went in there gently to give the elevation angle and how it's measured. And I got immediately timed out. But yet you receive it as being an attack on you and that you're a fellow flat earther? No, this demonstrates how you are as a person. But meanwhile, with or without us, the Earth's measured flat. The Earth's flat.
I put my, he didn't respond to my definition from Sustainable by Design.
Oh wow!
You
were able to type it and put it in. Wow! Praise the Lord.
This is when I wasn't banned. I was took a screenshot. He was demanding that I answer him at his logic, and I'm like, the measurement needs no logic, and Sustainable by Design clearly says what it is. It's the Earth's surface that you're standing on. The Earth's surface. The Earth's surface. That would be the ground. Hello?
And I even have the others as well in Master B, in case it was a little bit confusing for you. It's actually the person standing on the Earth's surface.
Yeah, that's the one I put too.
To the celestial item.
Yeah.
If you were thinking it was something ambiguous, like standing on top of a hill or some other crap. Yeah, it's measuring the Earth flat from along the ground.
Right. And also, the truth comes out because there's a reason why. And he says, when he put his little message there of first of all, it was a baller's rhetoric taken from AI, talking about infinite stars and stuff like that. And he said, take this and shove it up Nathan's ass. What the heck does Nathan have to do with this conversation? So that tells you where they're at.
Yeah, like it's a personal property of how we measure the Earth's flat? No. That's just how it is in reality.
Well, I said Nathan's gonna make enemies all across the board here. And now you see it come to fruition. But there are those also that are like, holy shoot. It is. It's measured that way. This whole time we're freaking wasting our time arguing gravity and Coriolis and freaking how far we see and all this other nonsense when the measurements are right there the whole time. We're using a flat earth for basically everything.
Yeah, that's the whole point as well. Even if you get how it's done in reality from that person, let's just say, sustainable by design or radar tutorial, that's just how it is for everyone. You can get out of here with your fart sniffing and your puffing your chest, and you're going to be the secret king. And God have mercy, you're the guru or any of that stuff. It's just what it is in reality, how it is for everyone.
Right. So when he comes along and says, answer my message or you'll be, or I'll ban you, and the logic. So it's just telling you right there, they're showing their hand. They want to be the guru. They want to be the one, They still want to stay in the argument so they could tell ballers how much they don't know about their own model, right? So we come along and end it with measurement, and that takes their job away. They become totally redundant. But it's true. It's not that they become redundant. It's that the argument becomes redundant. You can still plow forward like we're doing, right? I think Nathan said it the other day. It's not that they're redundant. It's that the arguments themselves have become redundant.
Yeah, it's asinine. There's no confidence or converting or a matter of conviction that I have to prove to you, or that it's some sort of logical consistency of a mile being a mile. No, it's just a measurement of our flat Earth. The Earth's flat.
Oh, wait a second. I got some information. So now I didn't see this. So I should be ashamed of myself because the phone call was the litmus test, according to Flatsy. The reason why they called us was, what the litmus test was for that call. It was asking who wrote the book. Oh, I just got knocked out because somebody freaking sent the message. Son of a gun. Damn, man, I was reading something.
Just relax, bro.
Get that back on there so I can click on it. Son of a gun. I went to swipe the next one coming in away, and it took me right out from where I was. Shoot.
They're still
So I
not
guess-
answering my question.
What?
They're still not answering my question, huh?
No, and I gave that to them too. Answer Eli's question. They won't answer that. So now, from what I'm going to imagine what the rest said. So basically, the phone call was the litmus test of them asking who wrote the book. So that would have been easy. I would have been like, Nathan wrote the book. It's about flat earth debate. What the hell are you talking about? It's about all the shows. It's about housekeeping. He wrote the book. He's editing it. What are you talking about? And then they would have brought some stuff to me that they were editing and said, yeah, you're doing your job as an editor. Well, so now all of a sudden you wrote the book on Nathan's story? Not saying you can't. I mean, you can go out and write. I can like something and write a book about the Beatles if I want, but that don't make me the Beatles. DC, what was that I just was reading? Where was that from?
Are you referring to Migo Wigo's
Yeah.
posting? Yeah, the
It was
FED
a
text
general
in
server.
from
It was a
Flipside, the
general.
reposting, and then Migo Wigo, the
All right,
original.
where
from
is it
Jenny.
on Flipside?
I've just sent you it, Neil, on Master B.
Okay. Master B. These freaking jokers want to play with me. Messing with the best.
FED
That
text
was
or
when
master what Len
Flatsy
just
was
gave.
telling you. And
I don't have it yet. I didn't get it.
Message.
Personal. No, I didn't get anything.
You see it on FED text, Flipside?
Okay, I got it. Here we go. So basically, I should be ashamed of myself. That was a litmus test to see who wrote the book. You have to hold the cognitive dissonance of Nathan is an author, but Nathan didn't write anything all at once. Also, have to hold that he didn't write. What the hell? Nathan almost got away with claiming authorship on material he didn't author. That's not a friend in my book.
Nathan almost got away with it if it wasn't for those pesky thieves.
Yep. My quote shows how honest I am and doesn't work in your favor, you idiot. My goodness, dude. Oh, okay, I see how she wrote that. Why don't you calm down and realize we have been gracious even while you keep running your mouth? And I'm going to keep running my mouth because you have lined up with thieves. I think I should know a thief when I see a thief. Hello? Do you remember where I come from? What my background is? All right? I practiced it daily. So I think I know a con when I see a con. And what they did was con. They conned Nathan and they conned the whole freaking panel. And because we respected them, yeah, we took the back seat while they took the initiative, right? And we praised them for it because they were helping out a friend until they became thieving bastards. And I got to call it the way I see it. And Flatsy, you dummy, you freaking said what you said. Nathan has repeated it. You don't know how to act. You don't know how to respond, right? You thought we were just helping a friend. I thought we all knew we were. I don't know how it goes, but she recognized that we were all there to help. So after a 2-hour call, the story's changed. Now the author is Nathan. Now Nathan never wrote anything.
No, I'm stealing it. The story of housekeeping questions, I'm stealing that. That's not mine. It's not something I've repeated 2,500 times. I'm stealing it. This dumb fucking bitch. Unbelievable.
So it's going to get me in trouble. I guarantee that. My mouth ain't going to get me in trouble. It's easy being right when your accuser looks like a clown while he's doing it. No, the only clown here is you. You've been clowned. All right?
I'll just
I know
quote
what
her
went
as you
down.
asked. What did she say? Oh, I'll just quote her. It was my understanding that we were all volunteering to help for your book.
Oh, so now she's saying there were interactions that you and I weren't there for. You need to check yourself, and there's no one left to do it. Okay, so what interactions were there? The interactions of Nathan and QE, and not Nathan and Adam, because Adam never could. Am I right, Nathan? Did you ever get to speak to Adam?
What are you talking about?
When that whole thing happened with QE.
Oh, I see. Once they decided that they were going to steal from me, would Adam speak to me? No, Adam did not respond to any of my messages. He is an abject coward.
But I'm sure in the conversation they were asking for co-authorship, and that's why you were flipping, right?
No, not they. Quantum Eraser asked for it. I said no, and then dismissed them both. The reason they were dismissed immediately was because it was made absolutely explicitly clear that they would not be getting that. So when they suggested that because they had withheld my 5th draft, they were in a position to extort co-authorship out of me. That is to say, either you give me co-authorship or you don't get your 5th draft back. That's what I was presented with. So I... What?
Where? Sorry.
Fucking hell, Neil.
No. Sorry. I keep forgetting because I'm reading. I got to get off mute because if I don't, then I will lose the place. Anyway, it is what it is. What are you going to do? They're going to continue to freaking bullshit.
Yeah, I'll just round at that point. So at the point that I'm being blackmailed, that is to say, either give us this or you don't get your 5th draft. Give us co-authorship or I won't give you your Word document. So I went, no. And then dismissed them, removed them from all groups and removed them from our company. So they were no longer in the process of editing. Now, they retained their ill-gotten gains, slapped a story of a spinster over the top of me, and then have decided to tell an audience that are very stupid that I've almost got away with stealing from them. Yeah, okay. Only the very stupid will be taken in by this. But they were dismissed at the point that they said, either give us co-authorship or we will not return your 5th draft to you. Now, if their story is to be true, which is they wrote it, why would they be approaching me and asking for my permission in co-authorship? Why would they need to ask? Their current story is they wrote it. So why would they need to ask me for anything? They wouldn't need to. Why would they be in my room writing it? Yeah, they wouldn't be. But that's where the story breaks apart. That's where liars have successfully gaslit idiots. No, there was no second book. There was my book being edited that was retained under the request for co-authorship that they'd already been made explicitly clear they would not get. At which point, I cut my losses and told them to fuck off. And they took the 5th draft that they were trying to extort me with them. So I never received it. That is to say, between my 4th draft and 5th draft, which was their input, I never received the 5th draft. It was never passed on to me. So every ounce of work that they suggested, and it's well documented, broadcast, presented to members, presented to the public, that they had offered help in my Hangout and were working off my 4th draft with, I never received any of that work. That never was sent to me. It's still retained by them and then published by them, the material they stole and tried to extort me with. So that ultimately breaks down in their deceit that they were helping me for the 12 months, because what they did, the work that they produced on my time, in my company, whilst asking for my opinion as the quote author, was kept. My name wasn't put on it. They have, absolutely, without question, stolen from me after attempting to extort co-authorship from me. They didn't get it, so they've slapped their own name on that which they stole. It is that simple. And then came up with a cock and bull story that which they were helping me edit is actually a second book. Like, in what fucking world would I sit here when I'm trying to figure out a way of feeding my fucking kids and help 2 men who are well established in life financially write a book about me? I mean, Betty, the spinster that everybody's got a real idea about because she's very consequential in Flat Earth. And that's just a shit story. The reality being, they took my book and my story, stripped me away from the opener, and changed it to a biography about a load of nobodies who had no consequence in any of the flat earth debate. Like, none of them. The most consequential part of their character arc is them stealing from me. That's it. Everything else can be removed. It's like, what? Do you want to claim that the scientific method came from QE? We were all taught it in high school. Do you want to claim that the gas pressure without a container came from QE? Really? Is it just me, or were we regaled with stories of how embarrassed he was when he was given it by someone else in a forum when he didn't recognise it? So no, he's not the originator of any of these arguments as he wants to profess. He wasn't even here while half of them were being developed on my show I hosted daily. He didn't even have a show. The only reason he's got a show is because I gave him that and showed him how to produce it. Meanwhile, this self-absorbed, narcissistic wanker is portraying me as having thieved material that existed before he was even on the scene. Yeah, and again, like I say, you've got to be pretty fucking stupid to be taken in by this garbage. Yeah, okay, in the eyes of a complete retard, sub-80 IQ, whore of Satan, I've tried to steal my own story. Okay. Yeah, I've stolen the housekeeping, have I? Oh, I almost forgot the gaslight was almost bright enough for me to forget about the 2,500 times I've recited it. Yeah, it almost worked on me. Oh, it worked on you, Dumbo. That's because you didn't have to get up day after day after day after day, putting out links to people and arguing with them in Discord. No, you didn't do that, Flatsy, you lazy whore. But you will get raped by Satan for your deceit. I've got your fucking words about how I was being helped with my book. Oh, what? I was so lazy as to try and not put any work into the work that's not mine. Your story's utterly shite. Yeah? Now, you are a patsy, as is everybody around you's got a bio. You're just there as a deflector shield to the thieving cunts known as the Adam Meakin and John Stunyer. They're thieves. They've stolen from me. And you have supported them in that theft. And you've supported them because they've manipulated your stupidity. That's it. You're a bright, empathic light that's ready to be exploited by thieving narcissists who want to rewrite history. You are the woman in the film Gaslight, being told that you turn the lamps off when you know damn well you left them on. That is what you are. Now, you might not like it, but those are the realities of our situation here. Me, the second I realised that somebody was trying to manipulate me, that I'd been duped, that I'd been conned, that the help that had been offered wasn't help, it was actually somebody fixing to steal from me, I cut these thieving cunts out of my life immediately. And what did you do, Flatsy? What did you do, Betty and Brian? Oh, you embraced these thieving fuckers, did you? Because actually you need to empathise with them and their story. Oh, how heartbreaking it must have been for their housekeeping to be stolen from them in that fucked up imaginary world that's been painted in this gaslit world by narcissists. Yeah? Okay. You believe whatever you like. As I keep saying, over there, well away from us. I've already cut these thieving cunts loose. You embrace them. Yeah, well, it'll be to your detriment. In the meantime, while you're being love-bombed and gaslit, you think they're wonderful. Yeah, that's how narcissists operate. Yeah? Bit of endorphin release for you as you're told how wonderful you are with your little bios. Yeah? Well, I absolutely assure you'll be cut loose and put away wet in exactly the same way as I'm now being. Yeah? Does it not set off any alarm bells where somebody that's been praised so heavily... I decorate you myself, end quote, Quantum Eraser. Not think I recognised a little love bombing when I saw it? Yeah, absolutely. Why do you think I protect myself by recording these thieving fuckers? So when someone comes along and says, oh, that's not how it comes out, the woodwork, turns out you were stealing your own material according to these gaslighting thieves. Really? Is it just me, or have I published the process to an audience who are now saying, yeah, I watched them offer to help. I watched them help and then watched them walk away with it and put your bio at the front of it. Hey there, Flatsy. What's that? I stole my own housekeeping questions? I'm thinking not. But you can believe it until they put you away wet and start telling the world how awful you are. Nancy Flatsy, right? Oh, how quickly the tides turn. But you don't recognise those things when you're being love-bombed. You just feel wonderful about how fantastic a country singer you are. while someone's telling you how marvellous you are, how worthy of a bio you are in a stolen book. Because then you're a little shield, aren't you? Oh, you're a little minion flying monkey defending the theft. Yeah, because you've got to defend it. Because you've been bought cheap. But you'll be put away wet, I absolutely assure you. That's how narcissists operate. And it's never going to be a reflection on the person they're currently discarding after stealing from them. You only experience your own little love-bombing world, drenched in endorphins about how fantastic you are. Are you, Betty? Or are you just some bum magnet? I'm pretty sure it's the latter. I'll tell you like it is, love. Yeah? You're not a success, Flatsy. No one's going to buy any records. You haven't got any records. Oh, but you've got a book that you're in. Yeah, it's mine. It was stolen from me by two thieving, gaslighting, lying narcissists who are now love-bombing you. I'm done.
Oh, she said, that's the other thing about her singing when we mentioned it. She said, oh, now I can't sing. And she sent me a clip of, I guess she had sent you a video of her singing and you were underneath Goosebumps. I said, yeah, you probably didn't want to break your heart.
Yeah, what I meant by that was it brought me out in an allergic reaction, Flatsy. Yeah, did you read that into meaning that I loved it? No, it made me cringe. I came out in a rash.
Oh, boy. It's funny. I didn't have the heart to tell her she sounded terrible when she was on freaking YouTube doing it 24/7. Oh, God. Yeah,
Well, let's
take
have a
the
listen.
shit.
It's unfair, as we've got an audience. Let's have a listen to Flatsy. Can you go and dig out one of her videos and we'll assess her immediately? Let's have a listen to Flatsy. And there's how many people here? We'll all have a little vote. It'll be like stars in their frickin' eyes, Flatsy. We're going to dissect exactly how talented you are right now, my love. We'll see. We'll get a few opinions from Discord. There's about a dozen people in there who can offer their opinion on whether or not you're a good singer. So let's have it. Somebody dig it out and stick it in Masterbeat and we'll assess exactly how talented this bitch is.
All right, we'll get to a Flatsy video real quickly. I'm looking right now.
Better be an original song.
Oh dear, that would actually state something actually being intellectual property.
Oh, are we going to find out that she's a thieving whore of Satan stealing other people's work? Is that what we're going to discover very quickly when she's covering other people's stuff that she didn't write? Well, we'll find out pretty shortly when we find this material. We'll have a little look at Flatsy, though. Decide how influential this woman is on flat Earth and flat earthing. Obviously, she's specifically noted in a biography at the book that was stolen from me and published by two thieves. So, obviously, she's crucial to the flat Earth development that we've all experienced over the last 10 to 12 years, right? Everybody knows about Flatsy. Am I right? Hands up, who here knows who Flatsy Cline is?
I only know of her through this bullshit.
You only know her through this bullshit? Hands up who here has heard Flatsy Cline sing? There's a dozen of you in Discord. I'm talking to all of you.
Nope.
Flatsy Cline.
Yeah, Flatsy Cline.
Never heard of it.
I never heard her music, but I bet it fucking sucks.
Nobody's heard of you, Flatsy. Sorry, why do you have a bio in my book that was stolen, Flatsy? Do you feel you're somehow consequential? Were you gaslit into believing that your bio was worthy of being at the front of a book that was stolen from me? Did they tell you were deserving of your bio? Nobody's fucking heard of you, love. Literally nobody here gives the tiniest of shits about you.
You found anything, Neil?
No. Why are you asking Neil?
I haven't found anything. I don't know. How would you find if somebody has music? Like I can go right now and I could pull up someone Len's music easily. If she's so good, why can't I find anything?
if she's so good, why do we only know her through the back end of some shitty shit that went on the internet?
Because she's nothing but a useful idiot.
Yeah, sorry, I wouldn't even know where to look, and I can't get the one because I was banned from that channel. So whatever she sent, where you said goosebumps, I can't retrieve it. There might be something on 24/7. Anybody could pop on there and see if she has any videos.
Seems like she's dodged a bullet.
I was looking forward to that.
Check the chat. I just posted something.
Where is it?
In Discord.
Effie? You posted it in an FED chat? Where'd you post it so I can grab it and put it in Master B?
Yeah, it's in one of these chats in FED here. I just clicked the little chat button at the bottom.
Check where you put it. It's like I'm checking everything and I can't. I don't know what you're looking at. Oh, I see. I got it. Hold on. Hold your horses. We're gonna get it, guys. Hang in there.
Already did. Post it in Master B.
All right. Flat Arthur got there first. Good job. The Master B, Nathan.
It's a quick wash challenge for Vanny.
I'm Kim, and this is my submission to Gems in the Rough 2022.
Okay, let's just start straight off the bat. So in terms of intelligibility, I heard about 5% of what she just said. So in terms of acoustic ability, I give it -5 points so far. She's not even started singing yet. Absolutely horrendous intelligibility. I couldn't understand a word of that.
This song is called The Day.
I didn't understand what the song was called. I couldn't even hear the title.
I put another one in Master B as well.
I believe we're gonna see the day. I believe we're gonna see the day. A day that won't be so crazy. Under clear sky will be okay.
Your filters aren't really letting anything through, Nathan. Probably for the best.
Say again?
The filters aren't letting anything through in whatever I'm on, but it's probably for the best.
Times in meditation. Keep the good times in meditation. There may be a world
I can't understand what she's saying. I believe we're going to see the day. A day they won't be so crazy. Am I getting that right so far? Under the guy will be. Well, that didn't make any sense. Missed the beat of that verse. Out of time. A misguided heed who you say.
Wow, that's prophetic. The misguided would lead you astray. You're
what she said, lead
misguided
you
and you're
astray?
being led astray.
I didn't understand that. Obviously, the American accent. Stand firm your ground. Didn't understand a word of that. Did you understand that?
No, but it's not as bad as I thought it would be.
I believe we're gonna see the day. I believe we're gonna see the day. Well, the day that won't be so crazy under clear sky will be okay.
Okay.
Daddy said copyright strike incoming.
Okay, I mean, it was a very mediocre performance. It was all right. Stayed in tune most of the time. Couldn't keep in time. It was all right. Very average.
I
Yeah,
literally
I
couldn't
agree.
hear any of that to give my professional opinion.
Yeah, go ahead. What's your professional opinion?
No, I'm saying I literally couldn't hear a single bit of it to give my professional opinion.
You would have heard it better if you would have dropped down and went in Discord, because for some reason in Discord it comes in fine. It wasn't as bad as I thought, because last time I heard her, I just couldn't even really hear her. So this time that I could hear her, she don't suck. I take it back. I got to be truthful. She's all right.
Maybe I should record a theme song for the book.
What would it be
Okay.
called?
Maybe you should. It's not your book.
Eli's been trying to get in there for the longest time.
Well, I mean, what are the things that singers own that they talk about? Anyway.
What depends on the singers?
Drugs, cars, money.
Can I use the N-word?
Yeah, but they talk about things that are relevant.
Oh, I like where you're going with this.
I don't know where he's going with this. Where are you going with this? I have no idea.
I can't remember who said it, but it's an artist's duty to reflect the times.
Oh, Eli, go.
scared him.
Well, he said they sing about what's relevant for the times. Right?
Yeah.
So what would your song consist of?
It would consist of how the Earth is not a globe and how the horizon. Nah.
Very good.
That's funny.
You almost had me going for about half a second.
That's funny, Eli. Well, you could write about, treachery and some thieving bastards. They're coming after you today, right? At about 1:00. They're coming after us.
Coming after Eli.
Oh, yeah. They're coming after me, Eli, Christian, whoever supports you.
I mean, if I'm listening, which I probably won't be, I'll only be listening for a response to my question. I already said, but
I have an idea, Eli. Why don't you try to join and ask them the question live?
For what?
Say, I'm only here to ask you one question. Yeah, they won't let you answer. It's a waste.
It's not even necessary. They know what the question is. I mean, if they do happen to have a show and they do happen to talk about me all of a sudden, because I don't really talk about them, so I guess they don't have a reason to talk about me. But if QE does decide to talk about me, I mean, it exposes to me that he's definitely not trying to answer my question for the reasons that I believe he won't, because he knows he's wrong.
What's your question? Remind us.
The day that I came in and I asked if I could be in the book or whatever I wanted, you were like, you can think of yourself as being in the book, but whatever you said, the bottom line is ultimately you said the only two people that are getting acknowledged inside the book, like within the covers, is QE and Adam, because to be fair, they've done a lot of work and you wanted to acknowledge that and you expressed that to all of us. But you said you're the only author. No one else's name is going to be on the cover. I don't remember them openly opposing that or suggesting anything that like they've been wrong. They've written this book and they don't feel like that's right. I don't remember them doing any of that. So my question is, am I remembering the situation correctly? Or how do you remember that specific instance when Nathan said that I wasn't going to be acknowledged in the book, you would be acknowledged in the book, but not outside the book?
Oh, you mean that specific bit that was not only discussed and, as you remember it, no acknowledgement given in regards to the agreements, that was also published to an audience. You realise that, right, Eli?
Sure.
Right. So, no, you're not remembering incorrectly. Like I say, it's been published. It's also been trimmed out and turned into a shorts video. But yeah, that's why they got him.
I'm going off of my memory. That's why. And I realize I'm fallible,
No,
So
your memory doesn't deceive you. That's why they got immediately fired. Because they were basically saying, in spite of having an agreement, which everybody was made well aware of and was even published, that no, You will not be mentioned in the book, Eli, but you can think of it as you being mentioned. In fact, the only people who will be mentioned in the book are Adam and QE as a thank you for the work that they've put in. I've not received any of that work, by the way, that I was thanking them for and acknowledged them and suggesting that they'd get acknowledged in the book when it was made explicitly clear that that is what they would get. Did they say, no, how unfair, we want co-authorship? No, these thieving cunt cowards did not say anything when it was made explicitly clear what they would be getting. They did not object. They didn't storm out in defiance of them not getting co-authorship. No, they understood exactly what the score was. So when they later demanded co-authorship based on them retaining my fifth draft, I fired them immediately from the position which had got them to the stage where they would be not acknowledged inside my book that they were helping with.
How long after that day did you guys continue to work on the book? Because I remember after that, well,
let me just answer.
I got kind of busy.
It depends. If you want to take QE and Adam's word for it, they worked more hours than were in physical existence.
1,500. 1,500 hours. So I can answer that question. That was on June 24th, I think. And I think Adam shortly after that went on holiday. And that shit stretched out forever. Nothing was getting done, which led Nathan to go and ask for the draft so he could start working on it. And that's when everything hit the fan. And that was in what? October, right, Nathan? September or October? So basically nothing done for the summer. They were stringing them along. That's what they were doing. It's obvious to a duck now. But hindsight's 2020.
There are no worries.
Oh, that's right. They were looking for the. Adam was trying to find a cushy chair. He couldn't find anything comfortable enough because he moved from his garage that got robbed into the house, and he wanted to be comfortable while continuing to edit Nathan's book. But that never ever happened again. So whenever that last session was, that was it.
When was the last session after that conversation?
Nathan would have to answer that. He would have to go through the tapes and the videos and find out when that was. I don't think there was many after that. That might have been the last. I don't know.
Anyway.
I keep saying there were more hours off than on. There was more time not working on a book than working on a book. And I remember having a conversation with you, Nathan, and you said, what am I going to do? They're offering to help. So I have to, as they can help me, as they have time, I can't demand them.
Yeah. Well, I didn't receive any of it. They stole every ounce of help that they suggested they were offering. All they did was cost me time and money. However, should this ever come up in conversation, it's pretty easy from my perspective, no matter how relaxed I am, I can look down the barrel of the camera and go, yes, Adam Meakin and John Stunyer are thieves. Simple.
While they may give you guys a show today, while it might be entertaining, will they be responding to these points?
Who cares? I don't need their response. All I'm doing is polishing up how I'll disseminate the story because it's become part of one of the chapters.
Like for people like me or for people who, hit me up and say, oh, what do you think about this and what do you think about that? Like, I think that if I've reiterated this same point and they haven't responded to this, I'm also not interested.
I mean, to be honest, what you were saying, Eli, I mentioned to QE. I'll find the text, and he basically called me a liar.
You just implement a Feast of Nonsense with Mandela effect and pretend that you can rewrite history. It's all fishy. Yeah, just peacefully. Yeah, it's Nathan's fault.
Look, he called you a liar. What was the lie? What was the lie?
I said to him that he was only going to be Nathan was going to mention him in the book. I'll try and find the text.
Yeah, this will be all buried in number 4 and discussing Nathan's book.
Well, yes, when that comes out, that's going to be a great that'll definitely be a good distractor. You know, because right now, come on, let's be honest, it freaking burns me up because right now Nathan should be on a show promoting the book because there's a book out, right? The one that got stolen. So they managed to get it out. So the whole time they were in the room working, they were working for themselves, right? So it's a little annoying, I got to say, because right now you should be promoting a book, Nathan. You should be on tour with that thing, and we should be discussing the things that are happening with the book. So it's a little freaking annoying.
The thing is, bro, it's not going to stop the inevitable.
Yeah, and I want to tell you why. Because we all had a part in the Flat Earth debate. We were all there. We would come in every morning and the shows would be going on. So that book, whether we're acknowledging it or not, the people that were on the show, we feel like we're part of it. And we wanted to see the success of this book. We wanted to see it out there. And now, because two scumbags, they couldn't, God forbid, Nathan had a book without, doing something on his own without freaking QE in it, God forbid. It just wasn't going to happen. And they made sure it didn't happen. All it did was prolong it, which sucks. And now we got to freaking sit here and grit our teeth. But there'll be a time when the real book comes out. And it's a really good book. I mean, I'd recommend it to as many people as I can. Like, as soon as I get the number, well, I'll ask it in the libraries by me. But this book is exceptional. Cuts right to the heart of the matter.
Yeah, it is the diamond.
It's like, it's like a picture band. They come out with a song, and then some freaking knuckleheads come and rob it and release it before the band that actually was, the one that wrote it, get a chance to freaking promote it. And you see it promoted. It's not in major areas, but you see it out there anyway. It's annoying. But that's what scumbags do.
Oh yeah, the cover artists. Yeah, they're original artists. You just don't understand. They wrote the lyrics. They designed the beats and the melodies and all, and all the vocals and how it would all come together.
That's a good one. Cover artist. It's not the police. It's the cover band that does police songs. It's not Flat Earth Debate. It's the cover band.
Yeah, you don't understand.
They almost sound like the police.
Yeah, you don't understand. I'm the original artist of Every Breath You Take and Message in a Bottle. You just don't understand. Yeah, I'll have you wrapped around my finger.
Oh, that's a good one, CC. Now that was a good one. Very good. Yes, they do seem to have a bunch of people wrapped around their fingers, but a bunch of stupid people I don't want to be around anyway. Once you freaking line up there, that's it. I'm glad you showed your colors. It's heartbreaking. Yes, it is, because, I thought you were cool, but now you showed that you have no moral compass. You have no discernment. So why would I even want to bother with you? Because I'd have to be watching my back when you're going to stab me. So watch your back, people. Because I'm trying to remember, I tried to go through it in my head, like as long as I've been part of this show, as far as not just, well, I'll even go when I was just listening on YouTube. I don't remember Nathan freaking cutting anybody's throat or stabbing anybody in the back. I don't. If somebody does know over time, let me know. Because I can't find one. As a matter of fact, I find the opposite. I find Nathan was always there when somebody needed something, as much as he could be there. Right? So I can't find any time where he was treacherous to somebody or where he's knifed somebody in the back. So, I mean, this was a no-brainer to me. It was very simple. When it happened, I was furious because I knew the score. I knew already, because Brian was trying to say there's something really bad going on, and I'm trying to patch it up. And I knew right away. I think I sent a message to Nathan. Please don't tell me they're asking for co-authorship. Nathan was like, that's exactly what they're asking for. I freaking knew it. I felt it in my bones.
It's the same old. Nothing hidden that won't be revealed. Yeah, it's revealed, and you'll know them by their fruits. Yeah, with demonstrating who they are. Yeah. It'll be revealed, and they're just removed. And you can pretend and defend that you're going to rewrite history, and it isn't going to change how it all occurred. Yeah, we shake the dust from our feet and we move forward.
You can name names. Everything you've asked for is there. That's what my brief was. As Nathan has said, if everyone does a little, I won't have to do with anything. Something we should all be proud of, all of us, whether mentioned specifically or not within these pages. And that brings me to the point of my contribution to those flat panel members for their outstanding work, in quotation marks. We know who we are, right? Yeah. If that's not a name drop and you need more, then I would suggest write your own fucking book.
Well, no. Right, no. But I do think for a humorous effect, it could definitely have an addition that says, but Huey specifically wanted his name mentioned whilst helping redraft the book or something like that. Something humorous.
Open that up. Here are a list of people that specifically asked for their names to be mentioned. Put it at the end of the book, right? And you can put Riley, everybody else that's required.
Riley.
Yeah? Orwin, whoever that doesn't get mentioned, that feels a little bit bitch hurt, right? Open it up and say, there's the book. It's ebook editable. Anyone who's too butthurt, please email me and I will add your name. Yeah, if you ever appeared on the show. And that's a point of engagement and piss take for anyone that thinks it's their book.
And then have a special thanks to, and then just a list of names that occasionally gets added to because some person says, I came on and talked about refraction for 3 hours. And
you can name names. Everything you've asked for is there. That's what my brief was. As Nathan has said, if everyone does a little, I won't have to do with anything. Something we should all be proud of. We're more ghost fillers. You wrote it, we filled it. You know what I mean?
Sorry, Adam.
And that's right. So what's the skeleton we've wrote this on? It's wrote on Nathan's life. Nathan's decision to dedicate his life to Flat Earth debate. Without that, there wouldn't be the housekeeping questions. There wouldn't be
Brian.
Meeting. We're more ghost fillers.
Can you see on screen?
Yes.
Yes.
What name is on the book that's being worked on?
Nathan Oakley.
Which does it not say Betty Van Velsen or Flatsy Cline? They're suggesting it's our, in their quotes, book. Neil. Do you see Flatsy's name on there? This is the material that they've published, by the way. Does it have their name on it?
All of us, whether mentioned specifically or not within these pages. And
whether or not you're mentioned in the pages on a book being worked on with my name on it. Are we all absolutely clear what a pair of thieving cunts Adam Meakin and John Stunyer are. I just say it once more. Adam Meakin and John Stunyer are thieving cunts. Make absolutely no mistake about it.
I thought everybody was aware of that. But
I made them aware 8 months ago. I trimmed out this clip 8 months ago after I summarily dismissed them from the editing team. And the work that was being done by Adam, that's stenography, was taken over by my wife. She also took over Quantum Eraser's job of gathering up citations. The ones that he inserted and then suggested were his copywritten material to try and justify him purloining my work. Those two tasks were then fulfilled by Paula. I carried on doing exactly as I did. I also carried on playing games, by the way, Flatsy. That's what you can do when you're the author in charge. It's not a justification for being stolen from. Just so we're absolutely clear. In case you are thick as fuck talking to you, Flatsy, you whore of Satan. You dumb bitch.
can you send me that? What is this video you just played? Can you send me that, please?
I can. It's just in my shorts feed. You know, it's from 8 months ago. After dismissing them, I needed to make it absolutely, explicitly clear to the audience what the score was. Whose book's being worked on? It says it right fucking there. It's got my name and no one else's while we're working. Is anybody under the misapprehension that there's a co-author involved? Why the fuck haven't they got their co-author name on the book that they're working on? You'd think if they were the co-author, it'd be the first fucking thing they did. No, you're a bunch of fucking retards taken in by history being rewritten by gas-lighting, lying narcissists. That's it. There's no ifs, buts, or ambiguity. So I trimmed out a few videos, not one of probably about 20, where I make it absolutely explicitly clear whose book's being worked on. Mine. There's my name on it while they work on it. Do you think they're unaware whose fucking book they're working on? Now, this shit on screen now has gone into the thieving cunt's book. So you understand, a book that's got my fucking name on it, where we have explicitly discussed the credit that these two thieving fuckers will get, has been published to the audience. Now we're in a world where fucking retards, let's be clear, like Flatsy Cline, have said, I don't think Nathan's even, what, is this me fixing to steal this? It's got my fucking name on it, Flatsy, you dumb whore. Yeah, you think I'm trying to steal it? You dumb bitch. Yeah? You deserve hell, Flatsy Cline. Satan will enjoy you. You'll scream and writhe in pain for your deceit, you thieving whore. You're just as bad as them. What have you stolen? You say it's yours. Why the fuck does it have my name on it then? Why the fuck is the credit that these two thieving, lying, gaslighting sons of bitches are being explicitly made aware of, being discussed in this very fucking video from 8 months ago? Do you think it's been long enough? Do you think I've suddenly forgotten that this book's got my fucking name on it? I know, why haven't they put their co-author name on it immediately? If I was co-authoring it, it'd be the first thing I did if I had the word document. Has Adam put his name on it? No, he's asking me what I want in my book and describing how I, the author, have the authority and the narrative and the story, and if it wasn't for the housekeeping, none of this would exist. But according to Flatsy, whore of Satan, I'm stealing this. You dumb bitch. That's why you get used and abused by men like Quantum Eraser. Thieving, narcissistic cunts. That's all John Stunyer is. Now, I will do this till the day I die if necessary. Look down camera lenses and call John Stunyer a thieving cunt. What's he stolen? This. It's got my fucking name on it as they lie, cheat and con and deceive me into believing they were helping me with this. No, they weren't. They were stealing it. That's what they were doing. And to justify their purloining my material, they've slapped you thieving whore, and your story about you being some famous country singer on the front of it. Let's see how many views that thieving whore got in her video, about 80. Oh yeah, you're setting the world on fire. Definitely justify being at the front of a Flat Earth book they stole from me. Yeah, you're really key to this story, Flatsy. Yeah, you're inconsequential to the narrative in the book that got stolen. Which book? Are you under the misapprehension that I'm stealing this with my own fucking name on it? You dumb bitch. You're just as dumb as is necessary to be exploited by people like Quantum Eraser. And exploit you he absolutely has. Like he's exploited Betty. Yeah? Oh, you were used up and spat out, put away wet by a deadbeat, were you? Ah, you'll do nicely. We need a little substitute to slot into these pages with my fucking name on them. You absolutely tracking with me, Sally Spinster? You thieving whore also. Yeah, every now and again, I'll just dig out the evidence. Release the tapes, what the ones where it's made explicitly clear that they're helping me with my book that they stole. Those tapes, where they say, oh yeah, these moaning bitches that want credit. What, like you, when you came and demanded it with my 5th draft in hand, and said, you either give me co-authorship or I keep all the work we've offered you help with. That's what they did, these thieving cunts. Let's say their name again. Adam Meakin, thieving cunt number 1. John Stunyer, thieving cunt number 2. Now, if you're taken in by these 2 thieving cunts, good. You're a beacon of lying scum, just like them if you align with them.
$100.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Your book, show after show. I'm shadow banned. Well, these fuckers aren't. So engage with them and let them promote your book.
Sorry, did he say promote our book that we co-authored? Is that what he just said, Flatsy? Because you're under the misapprehension that I've stolen this. Yeah? You fucking whore of Satan. Am I stealing the book Adam is describing as your book, referring to me? The book that's got my fucking name on it? Do you think I've stolen that, do you, Flatsy? No, you're a retard that's been gaslit by thieves. That's what's happened. Yeah? Now you're getting the full brunt, both barrels. You thieving whore of Satan. A washed up, cobweb-fannied spinster and a thieving whore who thinks she's a country singer. That's who we're dealing with now. Why? Well, because the thieving narcissistic wankers have offered you up as patsies and put you in the book they stole from me. What, the one I was stealing? Why the fuck does it have my name on it? Why is it being described as, quote, your book by the thieving cunt named Adam Meakin? Is he describing something I'm stealing? No, I think that makes no sense in a narrative where I've just about gotten away with stealing their book. Why the fuck isn't it got their name on it? Oh, it's because it's not theirs. I'm talking to whore of Satan Patsy. Yeah, you think I'm stealing my own shit, do you, Flatsy? No, it's a testament to how fucking retarded you are that you've been gaslit this easily. Yeah, there's no rewriting history when I've recorded it all.
Your book.
Sorry, is that Flatsy's Whore of Satan book? Or Betty's book that he's referring to? I wonder.
Yeah, possessive adjectives are a little bit difficult for some folks too. You know, the difference between your and our. Yeah, this is absolutely clear. It's Nathan's book.
can get on his channel, then your book will sell.
Oh, is this the part where they conned me? Suggested that the material they've stolen and now published under their own name will sell when convincing me that they're helping me? Is this the con man's swindle? Yeah, this is Adam Meakin, I'll just say it again, a thieving cunt conning me. That's why I record this stuff. Release the tapes. What, this tape? Where thieving con man theft of a book, Adam, has come along and told me that my book will sell if I go on Simon Dan's show while we're in the middle of editing it. Maybe this is Flatsy Cline's book that he's talking about. Maybe it's Betty's book, that there's a second book that they were writing. No, they're just referring to my book and how well it'll sell when they gaslight me. Yeah, the difference is, unlike Flatsy, you won't be recording any of this shit when it's used against her by these thieving cunts. Yeah, I did record it. I've encountered narcissists before, and you record them when they gaslight and lie to you. So when they try and rewrite history, there's a second book. Really? Why has it got my fucking name on the bottom of it? And why is Adam telling me about how well my book will sell with his help? Bearing in mind that every ounce of help that he is suggesting will sell if I go and promote it on Simon Dan's show has now been stolen and been retained by him, a thief. Was he referring to our book, Flatsy? Was it our book that he was talking about when he was gaslighting me? No, he was talking about how well my book they're helping me edit will sell. Now, this isn't up for contentious debate. These are facts I recorded. Release the tapes. Okay, here you go. Here's Adam explaining to me how well my book will sell, the one with my name on the bottom that they were helping me with. Sorry, I don't seem to see one with Flatsy and Betty's name on it. Or Adam and John's name on it. Only mine. Is that because, in reality, they conned me into believing that they were helping me? Yeah, here's Adam doing exactly that.
Tenfold. Yeah?
Being guaranteed a tenfold improvement on the book sales. Sorry, how many books have been sold so far? By me, none. How many books have they sold? Oh, they've started selling books. So when Adam's telling me I'll get a tenfold increase on the books I will sell that are mine, only his pockets have been lined. Let's just say that again. Adam's just told me my book, second book, I can't quite work their gaslit world into this fact I've recorded. But Adam's telling my book will sell tenfold over. So far, only thieving cunts have made money off this work. Adam and John have sold this material I'm being lied to about being capable of making 10 times more money. That's what con men do when they weasel their way into your world and steal your shit. They tell you you'll get 10x for your book. With our help. No, I won't. I've not received a fucking dime. The man speaking has, though. He's made money from it. What am I hearing from Flatsy, whore of Satan? I almost stole their material. I hope Satan absolutely destroys you, Flatsy. Do you understand what I'm saying? Fucking whore of Satan.
Oh, I see what Adam's doing. Okay.
Yeah, I do too, John. He's conning me and gaslighting me into believing a scenario where I'll earn 10 times more. I've not earned a penny. I'm really poor. Not 1 cent has reached my bank from this material and work on screen during the process that I recorded. No, I didn't receive a dime. The thieves have definitely made bank, though. They've published the material and made money from it. Under the guise of justifying it by, I registered it for copyright. What, the material with my name on it? That you were helping me with, that I'd make 10x with? Yeah, that's what con men thieves do.
Okay, I see I got it.
Fuckers talk about it for the next 3 months. Even if they then drop it, your book will sell tenfold.
Really, Adam? I think you'll find that book has now been published by you with your name on it, and you're the one making the money from it. So we can only conclude one simple fact. Adam is a lying fucker. That's him lying to me. Will it? Did it make me a dime? Has it made me money? No, it's got his name on it. And apparently, I didn't write it. In a gaslit world where the book with my name on it isn't mine, I've actually almost got away with stealing it, according to a whore of Satan. That's the scenario in a gaslit world. Now, 8 months later, I'm like, good. Yeah, because everybody else around you, that's Flatsy and Brian and Betty, the spinster, with her cobwebs, yeah, everyone else has recognised exactly what's going on. I've been stolen from by con men who told me, quote, your book will sell 10 times more. Oh, right, what, with your assistance? Oh, well, thank you, I should be really grateful. Yeah, while simultaneously not acknowledging their disdain at the only name being on the book being worked on being mine. That's because it's mine. Let's make no bones about it. But Betty, yeah, you're being used. Yeah, that book that had my name on it, is that our book? While you talk about it, Betty, yeah, you've had a thin veneer of your shit life superimposed on stolen material. And you will never be allowed to forget it. You have absolutely no fucking consequence in the subject of Flat Earth, Betty. None. All you are is a footnote about a spinster who hit the wall. That's it. You've been penned to talk wonderfully about thieves. That's what you've been used to do. Talk positively about thieves. And Flatsy, you're even worse. You sold out so that you could tell yourself you're a successful country singer in a book about Flat Earth. Sorry, answer me this. Who gives a flying fuck about a country singer in a subject about how Earth's measured? Oh, nobody. Just somebody being used and abused. Gaslit into believing that their little name in lights in a bio is justification for theft. That's all you've become, Flatsy, whore of Satan.
Well, don't forget, they're saying, what they're saying is all the work that they did, they deserve co-authorship, but they did not voice that to you. And if they would have got kicked out. Sorry.
Everything you've asked for is there. That's what my brief was.
Sorry, brief? This kind of sounds to me a bit like somebody who's being told what to do. He's been given a brief by me. And he's done what he's been told to do? Yeah, that's right, yeah. Adam's talking about his subservience to me, the author in charge of this project. That's correct. Yeah, that's what con men do when they want to make you at ease with the scenario, because they're going to thieve from you. That's what con men do.
Nathan has said, if everyone does a little, I won't have to do with anything.
Yeah, you stuttery fucking retard. Yeah, spoken like a boss. Yeah, if everybody around me that I delegate to does a little bit of work, I can sit here and play video games. Yeah, that's what bosses do. Yeah. I noticed in one of the videos I released more recently with the exact same theme in mind, which is to say, these are just lying, thieving cunts. Here's the evidence. I recorded it all. Yeah, it's not difficult to prove they're thieving from me. Yeah. Someone put underneath with a timestamp, Chad moment, when I'm playing on a video game and Adam says, well, let's ask the author. That'd be me. Not Flatsy lying whore of Satan or Betty spinster cobweb fanny. No, they're not the fucking authors and neither are Adam and QE. They helped me edit my book. And in the process, whilst the Chad moment of me playing on a game going, what? You need help with how to edit this line in my book? Yeah? Yeah, that's me delegating. And to make light of how I delegate, when I've had 40 staff under me, doing jobs that I don't have to do, yeah, I say if everybody does a little, I don't have to do anything. Yeah, a line I got when I had 40 staff beneath me. I know when I've got somebody subservient who I give a brief to. In this case, Adam, here's your brief, edit my fucking book if you say it needs work. Thanks for your help. Oh, you didn't actually want to help me. You caused 2 years of delays and then stole the fucking material that you gaslit me into believing would be 10x better with your assistance, you thieving cunt.
Something we should all be proud of, all of us, whether mentioned specifically or not within these pages. And that brings me to
Within these pages, yeah, that's right, it was understood by everybody, even the person who's written this shit. Adam took it upon himself to write this gushing shite about himself, when deciding that he wants credit when it's been made explicitly clear that no one's getting any. What's that? I made it clear that we'd get co-authorship. No, the minute that happened, when it was explicitly clear that that would never be the case, you got fired. Talking to John thieving cunt Stunyer. No, you got fired immediately when you tried to extort co-authorship based on having a Word document. No, life continued here in the poverty-stricken Oakley household, where the entire purpose was to generate money. What's that? It was never about money. Yeah, it was. It was about developing an income for me. That's why the gaslighting, thieving cunt Adam is telling me about how much money I will make. 10x, right? Never about money. Why is that thieving cunt telling me about money then? Well, because this person who's not lying about this, and doesn't need to, made it explicitly clear when that was brought up recently. Not about money, yeah, it was for me. I'm poor and want to generate an income, that's why I've written a book. That you offered help with. The one with my fucking name on it. The one that Flatsy's now suggesting is hers. That's our book. No, you thieving whore. It never will be. It'll always be tarnished. Because one person in this happy family of thieves is going to point out the reality of the situation. That's that you've got your name in a little bio in a stolen book. Yeah? And here's all the evidence of the gaslighting narcissistic thieves' attempts to gaslight me into believing them when they tell me my book will earn 10x. Really? Why didn't they say our book will earn 10 times more when you go on Simon Dan to promote our book? Yes, because that's not what was occurring. It's what's been gaslit into existence with dumb bitches named Betty and Flatsy and other fucking retards who hang around them. But the reality is I'm being told my book will sell 10x by a thieving cunt named Adam Meakin. That's what I've got documented. You want tapes? Yeah, we're just going to point out the thieving, lying fuckers and the stupid bitches who believe them when the tapes get released. Here they are.
To the point of my contribution to those flat panel members for their outstanding work, in quotation marks. We know who we are, right? Yeah. If that's not a name drop and you need more, then I would suggest write your own fucking book.
Or steal mine! Right, Adam? Just write your own fucking book. No, you've decided that the process of editing mine was you writing your own book now in a newly gaslit world where my name's not on this book. Oh, what do you fucking know? It's right there in black and white without your fucking name next to it while we're in the middle of writing a second book according to this new narrative. Really? I don't see a second book here. I see my book with my name on it. That's what I see. Yeah, thieving cunts. That's what we're dealing with.
There's a reason we refuse to do it without Nathan there. Yeah? I mean, how many sentences have we done without Nathan's icon being on the screen? None. Not one. I won't. Because it's his book.
Oh, I know. We all hear that just to round out and conclude. It's because it's Nathan's book that we won't do any work on it without Nathan's icon here. Now, that'll get spun into when Nathan was here the entire time that we were offering him assistance with his book. Actually, the lazy fucker was stealing from us while he played games. That's the newly gaslit world that's being put out there. Just to be absolutely clear. In case you're a dumb fuck named Flatsy and you're taken in by this shit. Really? So there's a reason Adam won't do any work on my book unless my icon's there, and that's because it's my book. No, there's a new version of reality and Flatsy's bought it. She's easily sold lies. Apparently, 2 books. Yeah? Not just, I'll only work on it when you're here because it's yours. No, new book, 2 of them. We were working on that second book about somebody else named Betty in your space whilst telling you that your book will earn 10x. Yeah, I can't quite merge the fucking lies and deceit from Adam Meakin and John Stunyer into the reality I recorded because it doesn't work together. this shite where what they convinced me they'd help me with was actually a second book they wrote. No, there's a reason Adam won't do any work on the book with my fucking name on it unless I'm there, and that's because it's mine, end quote, him. Meanwhile, you're now under the impression that they wrote a second book in my company. Fucking retards. You'll end up in hell as well. I'm done. That was the last clip. Fun, fun, fun. Ham it up for the book sales. This is now part of the book. Now, had it been the case that I hadn't written a chapter on these two thieving cunts, that's Adam Meakin, thieving cunt number 1, and John Stunyer, thieving cunt number 2, and accomplice thieving cunt Betty Van Velsen, and Flatsy Cline, thieving whore of Satan. Yeah, if it wasn't for this merry pack of thieving cunts being in the book, they'd never get another fucking mention. But I'm more than happy to endlessly talk about the chapter on betrayal. Why? Well, because it's very easy for me to justify these words. Adam Meakin's a thieving cunt. Oh, how dare you can't. Yeah, I fucking can. When I show him gaslighting and lying to me about how many sales. At the point of making this right now, the only person that's made any coin from the work that's been done, that's being discussed in Adam's own fucking words, is him and John Stunyer. They are the ones who've made any money out of this that they're telling me I'll earn 10x. Why would they say that to me? Because the whole purpose of doing it is so I can feed my fucking kids with the proceeds of the book about my life. About housekeeping. About, well, let's refer to Adam in the recent clip where he described the only reason any of this shit exists is because of me. Yeah, that's right, those are Adam's words. The same thieving cunt that has gone out and published this stuff under his name and not mine. So when he was telling me you'll earn 10x, lying cunt. Yeah? Gonna challenge me on it? Well, it's a good job I recorded it all then, isn't it? Easy to show what a thieving cunt Adam Meakin is. Easy to show what a deceitful thieving cunt John Stunyer is when you've recorded them lying through their back teeth. How do we know they're lying? Well, because they've told me my book that they explicitly describe it as, with my fucking name on it as they work on it, is now a second book that they're earning money from. Lying cunts. The narrative will never change. No amount of bullshitting dickheads and retards like Flatsy and Betty will change recorded fucking history. I am genuinely done. That is the last clip.
Good stuff.
I don't mind. Like I say, I'll go through it every time it comes up. And I'll be like, you
How
can
much
read
money have
all
you
about
made,
this
Nathan?
in chapter 20 called Betrayal. That's what this will turn into when someone brings it up. Yeah, I'll speak with the exact same venom every single time. And I'll be on some show talking about it and I'll be like, yes, Adam Meakin is a thieving cunt. So is John Stunyer. I'll say their names again associated with them being thieves. Why? Well, because I can easily demonstrate them thieving from me. That's why. What's that? They said they were actually in your hangout on your time after offering you help to write a second book, the one they publish. Really? Are you that fucking dumb? Okay, dum-dum. You believe that too? Wow, you really are stupid. I know a couple of dumb bitches named Betty and Flatsy that also bought this complete shite that makes no fucking sense. Yeah, there's a few dumb fucks out there like you.
I found this other one, which...
Whoops. Right, we're done here for the day. It's almost been 5 hours.
I'm clear.
Anybody else got anything they want to talk about from Discord? Specifically about this subject, because I don't want to talk about it particularly anymore. As much as I do want to get my own rhetoric and patter down, so I've got it ready in the barrel to promote the book with, that is to say, pick out various interesting chunks of information after the fact, relate them to there being a chapter specifically in the book, and then use that as a promotional tool should the subject arise. Or if it gets discussed after somebody who's hopefully having me on their show to promote the book discusses that very chapter. But has anybody got any questions? Does anybody want to talk about this particular subject? Speak now. Hopefully we won't talk about it for a week or two.
No, I'll just say I went back through the text and he's deleted them. There you go.
I see. So thieving cunt John Stunyer has had a question put to him about his theft, and rather than address it, he's called the person who's asked the question a liar and then deleted the thread. That's because John's a thieving, lying, scheming cunt. That's why. John Stunyer, that is. Thief. And liar. Con man.
Exactly.
He had us all conned.
Yeah, good job I recorded it, isn't it? Good job I recorded the process. What I find the most amusing, and I discussed this with Craig, was him saying things like, "Shh, the spy's amongst us." And you're like, what the fuck are you doing? Because Craig sat in the panel while they're working on the book and I'm doing family things. I'm a family man. I've got kids. So I'm running around doing things and the recording continues. And then they're saying, the spy's here, listening to us. You're like, what the fuck? You're like, okay.
No, my favorite part was when they would say, Nathan, start recording.
Yeah, look, me and Neil and I were going back through some of the recordings, and there's bits where Adam will say, right, start the recording. I'm like, yeah, I've started. It's like the whole fucking thing's recorded. Do you think, what boggles my mind is, these guys experienced me and the computer. I was discussing it today, right? The computer that's next to me, this hunk of shit, right? It's got 4, I think they're 8 terabyte hard drives, spinning drives, and then it's got another, I think it's 3 or 4 or 2, I can't remember which, terabyte solid state drives. It is about 25 terabytes of storage. For what, you might ask? Well, so I can record. This is what I do for a living. It's like, you know this. I've said it hundreds of times. If I'm here or I'm recording, right, you know that, right? When people are like, are you recording? You'll sometimes hear it on a show, and you don't necessarily register it as a viewer. You just think, this is the world as it presents itself. You're like, no, this is a false reality where stuff's being recorded in an artificial online scenario where people aren't literally face-to-face. They're connected by 1 million miles of internet fibre. But when somebody on a recording says, are you recording this? And you go, yes, I am always recording. If you see me, I am recording. This is what I do for a living. Now, these are not unfamiliar words, but people forget. There was a scene in Yes Minister where the permanent secretary goes on Radio 2 and he's asked about what the government are doing and how he responds to a certain circumstance. And he's all very prim and proper and right about how he answers all the questions. And then the interviewer says, well, thank you very much indeed for coming in. It's been an absolute pleasure. And he says, it's been a pleasure to be here. And then the guy in the back studio says, right, we're all done. And they go, great. He says, oh, thank God I didn't talk about the terrible unemployment epidemic. All you need to do is cut the social services benefits in half and you'd have people absolutely out working immediately. Anyway, thank you for having me again. I'm off, right? A day later, the secretary, permanent secretary's employer, basically the minister, gets a recording of him saying exactly that. Because the tape's still rolling. The fact that the producer said, right, that's the end of the show, didn't mean that they stopped recording. They carried on recording, right? So suddenly he's in the embarrassing position where he said something he didn't mean to say. And what do you know? In a recording studio, they've got a recording of it. You're like, yeah, shock and horror. Like, what do you think I'm doing here? Do you think I'm here for my health? Do you think I'm here to help you write a book, you thieving cunt? No. How fucking retarded are you? I'm here to earn a living. This is what I do for my living, right? So people are all shocked and shaken when you're like, what? So you got a recording of me saying X, Y, Z? Yes. If you're in my company and I'm not physically stood next to you, I am. Even then, there's a good chance I've got my phone out and vlogging there and then with you in my company. It's just a bit more obvious when you've got a phone screen on with a little red light on it. But what? It's less obvious when you're on your computer? Really? Are you that dumb? Clearly, yes. Lots of people are that stupid and loose-lipped and don't realise, even though you've told them 100 times, I'm always recording. Meanwhile, it means that gaslighting narcissists don't get away with it with me, do they? Oh, right in a second, but really, you're co-author the whole time, man. We were always co-author. Really, where's your name on this book that you're telling me I'll get 10x for? Oh, so that shatters your fucking lies completely? Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's why I'm always recording. So that when you bullshit and lie about how much fucking work you've put in, I can say, nah, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that what you're saying is your material's got my fucking name on it while you work on it, and you're telling me about how my book will do so ever so well, thanks to your help with my book. Yeah, that's what you sold me when you weaseled your way in, and delayed me by 2 years only to steal from me and make money where you were telling me I'd be the one making it. But it's apparently, according to the new audience, not about money, unless you're gaslighting the person you're thieving from. Then it's 10x the amount that you'll earn from it. Oh, I haven't earned a penny. This thieving cunt that was telling me I'd earn 10x definitely has, though. Their book's out for sale? What, the one that they stole from me? Oh, no, a completely different book. Honest. Fucking retards. People who are taken in by this shit, I swear to God. Thick as shit. And I am genuinely and sincerely delighted that they're coming to the forefront to tell me how they're taken in by the lying fuckers and their absolutely shite story. Right, no one's got any response to that, so I'm going to round out. With that, I will say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.